Hello, everybody. Welcome to the very first Children's Authors Unite Holiday Book Fair. And this is going to be the first of many because we had so much fun planning and putting this together. I just want to share with you my vision for this group when I started it. As a new children's author, I had no idea what to do because I'm not a mother. I'm not a parent. I'm not a grandparent. So I invited other children's authors to come into this group. We've been meeting 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Zoom every Friday. We share knowledge, we share support, we help each other through the tough spots. Anna is our Instagram expert. Rosemary is just an inspiration of kindness to all. And Margot is an author and an editor and has all kinds of great knowledge to share. If you're a children's book author and you have Fridays at 3:30 p.m. Eastern free, consider joining us because we get a lot done, we have fun, and watch this live stream because you're going to meet some wonderful children's authors. You're going to be entertained by some children reading. You're going to have an opportunity to find books that you won't find in an average bookstore because we are mostly independent authors. Some of us aren't even on Amazon. So stay tuned. And if you're watching the replay, please let us know where you're watching. Where are you? What time are you watching us? This is great for us to know so we know who we're reaching and maybe how we could reach more audiences next time. So, everybody, we're so excited. And now, Rosemary, Margot, and I are going to go backstage, and Anna is going to tell you all about her books.
Sure am. Bye, ladies. See you in a minute.
Bye.
Good morning. It is about 28 degrees here in Boston, Massachusetts. It's snowing. It's absolutely beautiful out. We have a little bit of snow for Christmas. I hope it sticks around. And I am super excited to be here. I joined this group, I want to say over the summertime, maybe in this past spring. I found the group on Facebook, or they might have found me. I'm not really sure. And I've made some amazing connections in this group. And as Francine introduced me, my name is Anna McCabe. I am a children's book author. I'm a wife. I'm a mother of two beautiful little girls who are inspirations to my books, which we will get to in a minute. I also am a podcaster, which has been a really fun and interesting venture for me. And you can find my podcast on Spotify. I'll talk all about that a little bit later because I really want to get to the books. So I'm going to start by showing you my debut book, which has a very interesting story around it. So my first book that I wrote was actually the second book that came out for me. And the reason that is because I didn't have a very good experience with a publishing company. And I know that I'm not alone in this story. There are so many people out there who are authors. They've written a children's book. They have a beautiful manuscript. And then they say, oh my God, what do I do now? How do I get this thing illustrated? How do I get it edited? How do I reach the world? And so my first publishing company, it wasn't going so well. And so I actually stopped my contract with that company. And so in doing that, my first book actually became my second release. And I ended up writing a second children's book in the interim of all of this sort of drama and chaos. So my first book is called The Dragon, the Bear, and Me, hence my little bear ears. And the reason I wear these bear ears is because Betsy in my book, I will show you. It is so adorable. There she is. There's Miss Betsy. She wears a dragon cape and these exact bear ears. And the reason she does that is because the characters that she lives with, Dragon and Bear, she wants to emulate them. She loves them so much that she wants to be just like them. And so she emulates them by always wearing her dragon cape and her bear ears throughout the whole story. So this story is an adorable rhyming book. This is great for kids who are just learning to communicate or who are learning how to read. It is not your typical rhyming book. There are some more complicated words that rhyme in this book, which I'm really proud of. Because sometimes you read rhyming books and the rhymes are super easy and simple. I wanted to make this a little more interesting. But it tells the story of Betsy living with Dragon and Bear. Dragon and Bear are gender neutral. And the reason that is because when you read this book, each of these characters has their own personality, their own characteristics, their own descriptors. And in your life or in another child's life, Dragon and Bear might be somebody totally different for them. So in our life, in Betsy's life, and this is based off the true story of my daughter, Elizabeth, who we call Betsy, the dragon is myself, her mother, and Bear is my husband. And so this book was based off that. But the reason I made these characters gender neutral in the book is because Dragon might be your grandmother. Dragon might be your father. Dragon might be your next door neighbor who watches you. Maybe the child associates Dragon with a cousin or an uncle or a nanny. I mean, it could be anybody in their life that has these characteristics, but somebody who loves them very much. So that's the reason both the dragon and the bear are gender neutral in my book. Some other things about my book that I am totally in love with. Let me turn my screen down so you can see a little. There's my little dedication to my girls. They are a beautiful, happy family. Okay. And they go through some very interesting things that happen day to day. So this is Dragon basically telling Betsy that she can't watch TV because she needs to do some other things. Let's see what else happens. Oh, they're reading nighttime stories together. I feel like that's pretty relatable to some other kids. This is one of my favorite pages and illustrations, right? So there are things about a dragon that humans can't do. We can't breathe fire. Steam doesn't come out of our ears. We can't knock down play structures in the backyard. We can't fly. There's all these kinds of things that are really imaginative about Dragon. But one of the great things about Dragon is she loves to sing, dance, and play. And, someone in your life might also love to do that. My grandmother, when she was cooking in the kitchen, she used to sing operas in the kitchen. So for me, I relate that a lot back to Dragon. Let's see what else happens in the book. Uh-oh. I think Betsy's getting picked on at the park, and Dragon and Bear comes to the rescue. Let's see what else. Oh, this is also one of my favorite pages of my book. And it was inspired actually by a video on Instagram that went viral with Betsy. So we were in the kitchen and we were making pizza. We were actually doing this event. We were making pizza. And right as I had just lifted Betsy up onto the countertop after I made her go wash her hands, I had thrown some flour down on the countertop and Betsy immediately started sneezing from the flour. And I just sort of looked at her and gave her this look like, oh, great. You just wash your hands. Now you have to get down off the counter, wash your hands again, and then come back, right? Cooking with toddlers is always chaotic. So this scene in the book where Dragon and Betsy are making pizza in the kitchen is actually based off a viral video from Instagram. So you will see other parts of this book. It's absolutely beautiful. The last page always makes me tear up a little. So I'm going to read just the last page to you because I don't want to give the whole thing away. But this whole book is dedicated to Betsy, and it's dedicated to, the courage that Betsy has living with characters who sometimes seem scary, but who love her very much regardless. And I think if that's not relatable when it comes to a caretaker and a child, I don't know what else is, right? Caretakers have the child's best interested mind at all times. But sometimes your caretaker is frustrated. Sometimes they're tired. They get impatient. This is all real life. It's all relatable situations in this book. So this is partially also why I love this book. So I'm going to read you the last page because I really love it. The dragon and the bear you see take such wonderful care of me. Sure, they have flaws and squabble and brawl. They are still creatures after all. But in the end, we can all agree that I love them as much as they love me. The goofy, cuddly, fiery me, their dearest Betsy. So super cute rhyming book. The Dragon, the Bear, and Me, my first debut release. I'm obsessed with this book. It's great for kids who are about age 5 and under. And they're all hardcover books. Okay. They have I like to talk about the quality of my books because I don't use a print on demand platform. I use a professional printer and then had lots of books shipped to me. So I love to talk about the quality of my books. And if you have kids, you know that sometimes the paperback doesn't hold up as long as you would like it to, especially when you spend money on a beautiful gift for them. So we have a nice hard cardboard cover. It is beautifully glued, but the inside is actually stitched. So I have a stitched seam in the middle, so your pages are not going to tear out. I mean, you know, kids will be kids. If they rip it out, they rip it out. The color is phenomenal. I am so impressed with my illustrator. I gave him a lot of freedom when it came to creating the characters. I basically gave him the book and the outline and gave him some detail about, you know, some characteristics I wanted each of my characters to have. And then I gave him basically full creative freedom to illustrate this book. So I am going to talk about how you can purchase my books sort of towards the end of my session. But I'll give you a quick rundown. So I sell my books separately, but your best deal is to get them together. They come as a bundle deal for $35. If you buy them separately, The Dragon, the Bear, and Me is $20, and The Traveling Teeth is $22. So we'll get to The Traveling Teeth in a moment. But if you have 2 kids you're buying for and they're sort of different ages, best just to go with the bundle deal. And I'll talk about some specials that I'm also offering today that will come with your books. So I'm going to talk really quickly about The Traveling Teeth. This story is very close to my heart. It is a true story. This actually happened to my brother. Everything in this story is true. Everything that happened actually happened to my brother. And some people read this book and there's no way that this actually happened. And I say, I have the pictures to prove it. This actually all happened to my brother. So you'll see a picture of Anthony. There's Anthony there. There's our mischievous family dog, Coco. And you will also see in the picture what's called a flipper. This is a flipper. This is a 3D printed flipper. It's not a real flipper. But basically what a flipper is a retainer with fake teeth on it. So the story of Anthony in The Traveling Teeth, I don't want to give it away too quick. The story of the Traveling Teeth, Anthony learns how to ride a bike. Let me show you my beautiful pages, my dedication. Anthony learns how to ride a bike. His parents show him, and what's something that typically happens to kids when they learn to ride a bike? They almost always crash and fall. It is just something that they need to go through to understand how to ride a bike. So this happens to Anthony. He gets the hang of it, but he tries to, end up doing it. He tries to pull a trick on a curb and he ends up falling. Best friend David to the rescue. David is a real person. They're still best friends to this day. They have a beautiful story. And David comes to the rescue, picks him up, mom and dad bring him to the dentist. You can see his missing teeth there. Oh boy. And the dentist hands him the flipper. Then, until his mouth can heal, he wears that flipper. There it is there. There's our flipper. I don't know. Do you see a little mischievous dog in this picture? I think I do. There he is. There's Coco getting ready to pounce. So mom reminds Anthony that he's not supposed to eat with his flipper in, right? If you've had a retainer as a kid, you're not supposed to eat with your flipper in. So he takes it out, but it's already too late. It's already covered in cheese doodle dust. And the family dog comes running for it. Let's see what happens next. Uh-oh. And there it is. Family dog snaps the flipper in half. This really happened. And I can't even believe that this really happened myself. And I lived through it. And so that is where the story of the traveling teeth starts, because when you lose the top portion of your flipper, it becomes really slippery in your mouth, and it sometimes falls out, or you can sneeze it out in Anthony's case, or all kinds of things can happen. So as we go through the book, I'm going to tell you sort of what happens to this flipper. So the first thing that happens is they go to the boat club, and Anthony gets hit right in the back of the head with a huge wave, and the flipper comes flying out of his mouth, lost to the ocean forever. If you have ever lost anything in the ocean, a piece of jewelry, I mean, I'm sure more people than Anthony have lost teeth, a toy, anything. It is so rare that you are able to find whatever it is you lose in the ocean. Best friend David comes bombing down the beach. He's got his snorkel gear on, and he actually finds the flipper and comes up out of the ocean with the flipper. Again, true story. This really happens to my brother, everything that happened. So I wrote this children's book just for him to commemorate everything that happened to his teeth. Next thing that happened, they're on their way home, and Anthony sneezes, and the flipper comes flying out the car window. Again, true story. I wish I made this up. I did not make it up. It's a true story. Again, best friend David to the rescue. They pull over on the side of the road, and they find the flipper. I bet this has happened to a lot of people. You take your retainer out, you put it on a tray somewhere. Maybe you're eating at school, cafeteria. It gets lost in a swarm of napkins at the ice cream shop, and you accidentally throw it away, right? Super relatable, happens to lots of kids, lots of adults this happens to. There he is, best friend David comes diving out of the trash. And the last place the flipper ends up is in Anthony's stomach. David can't rescue it there. So what happens next? Let's see. Uh-oh. There it is in the x-ray. There's the flipper in the x-ray. Straight to the doctor. A couple days later, comes out safe and sound. And I will tell you, this is the kids' favorite part. If I hear nothing else about my book, the kids will come running up to me or running up to Anthony, or just come tell me, Anthony pooped out his teeth. It's probably one of the only things they remember from the book, aside from Anthony falling off of his bike and losing his two front teeth. But they always remember the last place where Anthony's teeth end up. So again, true story. I wish I made it up, but this is to commemorate the hilarious story of something that happens to my brother. Again, the quality of the book, right? We have a nice hardcover. It's glued in, but we have a sewed seam. I take real pride in these illustrations and the coloring. My illustrator, his name is Dago Bout. He lives in Colombia. He did an amazing, amazing job on these books for me, and I could not be happier with them. You can't go wrong with these. The Traveling Teeth is great for kids about age 8 or 9 and under. Aside from Anthony losing his teeth on a bike accident, we all go through losing our teeth. All children lose their teeth. So again, my books, relatable. We talk about courage. We talk about friendship. We talk about how scary things aren't so scary. We talk about doctors. We talk about our caretakers, right? These are all great sort of like fun life little lessons too. So again, I'm going to talk about where you can get these. You can find them either on the Holiday Book Fair site, which if you go to the QR code, you can scan it right there. You can find my landing page. You can buy my books directly on my website, www.authorannamccabe.com. 2 N's, 2 C's. Today I am selling the bundle deal at $35, or you can still buy them separately, $20 and $22. However, today, if you buy, you not only are getting free shipping anywhere in the United States. So if you have a loved one who you want to gift a beautiful book to, and they are not near you. You can't hand them a gift. I am willing to ship these anywhere. I will put a personal note in. Whatever you want to say to them, I will make sure it gets said. Because I know that, gifting is really special. They come in a beautiful, bright pink mailer envelope, so you can't miss it on the doorstep, which is really fun. And today I am throwing in not only my coloring pages of all of my characters. So I have these beautiful coloring pages of the original sketches from the illustrator of all the characters in my book. So you're not only going to get free shipping anywhere in the US, you also are getting my coloring pages, and you're getting a 3D printed flipper. And if that's not the cutest, funnest little toy to send along with a hilarious book about losing your teeth, I don't know what is. So I am super excited to tell you about my books and my specials today. Again, free shipping. It's coming with a little 3D printed flipper to send to the children that you want to send this to, and also my coloring pages. So a couple of things else I want to tell you about today is my podcast. So my podcast is called Rough Draft with Anna McCabe. I'm just going to check the time really quickly. How are we doing on time? 21 minutes. Okay. My podcast is called Rough Draft. It is only on Spotify. You can find it on Spotify. And basically, the only thing I talk about is topics around starting a small business in an already super full life. So I have a full-time job. I have a family. I have family that lives around me. I have a lot going on, a lot to juggle. How did I start all of these endeavors and keep them going and also attempt to stay sane? So we talk about prioritizing. We talk about how to find support, what to do when you're not supported. We talk about finding a personal space to work your business and sort of where to have your business. We just cover all kinds of topics around building a small business in the margins of your life. How do you find the time to have a side hustle, or how do you find the time to write a children's book? So check my podcast out. It's awesome. And the other thing I want to talk to you all about today is I have found there are a couple pain points when you are a self-published children's book author. Those pain points are the following. You may or may not have the money to market your book appropriately or the way that you want to. You may or may not have the funds to start your own website. And lastly, social media. You struggle with how to use Instagram, how to use Facebook, how to use TikTok, how to build a website, anything related to those particular pain points. So what I have done is created for children's book authors only, independent children's book authors only, is I have started a digital bookstore. So not only do I host your digital book on this bookstore, and then I drive traffic to the bookstore. It's called The Bookshelf. But also you get a landing page, and that landing page you can use that landing page as like your website. So you're not really getting lost in a sea of, Amazon children's books. Because I don't know if you've gone to Amazon to look for a children's book, but there's a lot of ads. There's a lot going on the side. And honestly, your children's book just isn't getting the highlight and the spotlight that it deserves, right? You have a beautiful story. You spend time, energy, and money, building your book, illustrating it, editing it, having it printed, and it gets lost in a sea on Amazon. And lost in a sea of ads as well. So we basically take your book and we spotlight it on the bookshelf. So you are also getting a landing page. You are getting a rental spot on the bookshelf, which I drive traffic to. And then you are also getting some social media content to post on your social media. I post it on my social media, and we're hitting sort of everybody's network. So that is a new venture for me. I have a couple people signed up. We have some great books on there. So feel free to pop over to the bookshelf, and you can find that on my website at the top. There's a link for the bookshelf. So that is my sort of presentation for today. I am super excited to be here again. Francine worked really hard on getting the website up and running, and Stacy did a lot of our marketing. And I helped with marketing as well. And again, my 2 children's books, my debut, The Dragon, the Bear, and Me, The Traveling Teeth, they come together. Hi, welcome back, Francine. They come together today for $35 as a bundle. You're also getting the coloring pages, and I'm shipping free shipping anywhere in the US to anyone you love that you want to send a book to, and also the fun little 3D printed flipper. Hi.
You did a great job, Anna. And
Thank you.
I am super excited. I'm just looking everywhere we are. We are on Anna's socials. We are on Jody's socials. We are on Stacy's socials and Margot's and Rosemary's. We are all over the internet.
Amazing.
And I looked on YouTube. We had 5 people watching you
Yes.
on YouTube alone.
Amazing.
It's so exciting. If you are a children's author and you want to get in on all this excitement, Children's Authors Unite, Friday, 3:30 p.m. on Zoom. Drop a comment and ask me how you can join, because there's safety in numbers. I could never have done something like this by myself.
It was a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, and Anna made this great intro video for us. If you haven't seen it, check out Anna's Instagram, or, well, I think it's all over Instagram and TikTok and everywhere now. And Stacy is a graphic artist, and she did all of our wonderful artwork on our website. Please check out the website. Just, where is it? There it is. Scan the QR code and check out our website and learn more about all the great authors you will see this weekend. Anna, is there anything you want to say before you go?
I'm just going to shout out my website again, www.authorannamccabe.com. You can find the bookshelf there. I do not have my podcast there, but you can find it on Spotify. It's called Rough Draft with Anna McCabe. It drops every Monday at 5 a.m. Because, yes, I'm up at that hour with 2 little kids. And super excited to be part of Children's Book Author Unite. And I'm so happy I found you guys. This has been so much fun so far. I can't wait to see what we do like in the next year.
Can you please drop the link to the bookshelf in the comments, because my books are on the bookshelf.
They are on the bookshelf. I will do that. Absolutely.
Thank you. Everybody check out Anna's website, check out the bookshelf, and stay tuned because we have some more great stuff coming. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you.
And now, one of our authors couldn't make it today. Ooh, that curl's just doing what it wants to do. Anyways, one of our authors couldn't make it today, and she asked if she could make a video. And it is the cutest thing in the whole world. Listen to Judy talk about what she does and why she does it, but stay to the end because there's a special treat. Her granddaughter is going to read one of the books. And now.
Hi, I'm Judy Shearwaters. Welcome to the Children's Book Authors Unite Book Fair 2025. I'm so glad you were able to join us today. I am so blessed to be among many other children book authors, and they have some gorgeous ideas for you for last minute Christmas shopping for your little ones. But first, I do want to introduce you to my work and why I write. I, for many, many years, told funny stories to my children as they were at nighttime, at the time they were going to bed. And these were all stories from my childhood, stories of the farm. I grew up on a broken down farm in Pennsylvania, back in the Allegheny Mountains of Pennsylvania. And in the 50s, it was a time of innocence, at least on our 100-acre farm. My father was from New York City, and my mom was a country girl. So the stories that developed in my first 10 years in my childhood were kind of a cross between Green Acres and Little House on the Prairie. So this was my first book that I published in 2013 after much prodding from my neighbors telling me, you need to write a book with those funny stories. It became The Road Home because our farm was on a 2-mile stretch of dirt road. We were the only house on that road. And I always thought that road was ours. We played in the road. A Tarzan came to life there, and a Rapunzel was up in the tree half the time. And then Gone with the Wind came and made an appearance up in the barn as we were playing out that story too. But The Road Home is a special book to me because it really introduces my father and my mom and the hard workers that they were. Some of the stories in here are very humorous. Well, most of them are, because my father, being a city slicker, thought he knew everything about farming. He didn't. The local farmers all around would talk to each other, and they made a bet that he wouldn't last 3 years. Well, after 41 years on the farm, they decided, I guess, he was okay. But one of the stories that I love telling is our outdoor theater. On Friday nights, we would get so excited, make our Kool-Aid and pop our popcorn, and we'd all jump in our station wagon Studebaker, and Daddy would drive it around to the side window where he had raised the window in the living room and turned the TV so we could see it through the screen there at the window, and he turned it up really loud so we could hear it. That was our outdoor theater, watching Matt Dillon on Gunsmoke. It was just way too much money for my father to go 10 miles at $1 a carload to the wide drive-in. But as kids, we were happy having Gunsmoke. From there, and let me take a little time here to explain to you why memoir was my very first love. I believe everybody has a story to tell. And in fact, I have a YouTube channel that encourages you to tell that story. I give writing prompts, I interview book authors, memoir book authors on there and I want you to get your creative juices going in your own brain so you can write your stories for your generations to come. Because people, your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, will really want to know how grandma or grandpa or great Aunt Tilly really dealt with a bully in the class or dealt with different problems and how their thought process was. So get it written down. It'll be fun for your generations to come to read through that and to put themselves in your place at the time. My next book was published in 2017. Well, between 2013 and 2017, I created a lot of adult coloring books. I did adult activity books, word search, Sudoku, things like that. But then I decided to use my memoir again and write a middle school mystery book. It's called Mystery in the Jackson House. And this came about with my brother and his best friend in our neighborhood, a 5-mile radius with lots of farms in between. We had the Jackson House that had been abandoned for years, and it was falling down. And all the parents in the neighborhood said, do not go in that house. It's going to fall down. You're going to get hurt. Don't go in. So, of course, we always played in the Jackson House. And one time, his friend challenged Rodney, my brother, to spend the night there. Well, that was never, ever done because, a haunted house, really, that's when the ghosts come out, is late at night. But they decided to do it. And when they got in that night, they realized no one had ever gone to the attic. So they got up in the attic and they made a great discovery. And that is the basis for this book. I'm not going to tell you what that discovery is, but this would be a great Christmas gift for a middle school reader, someone who may be not excited about reading. And it could be boys or girls, even though it's the two boys that are the main characters. It's exciting for all of them. This was the first of a 3-book series that I really haven't finished yet. My second one is almost done, and that is based on the tombstones that were on our farm, very close to the swamp. 2 tombstones of boys that had died from smallpox in our home. Our home was built in the early 1800s, and they had died there. And so those stones were on our property, and every year we would make a trip out there. Us kids would make a trip out there to make sure they were still there. I guess, I don't know. But my second book is based on that. My third book will be based on a jewelry theft. My son had a Rolex watch stolen from him, and that's where I got my idea for the third book. I'm sure in your lifetime, you have a lot of different stories that you could tell. A memoir is a short snippet of your life. It's not your whole life. It's like I took just the first 10 years. But a memoir is something that you share with the world. You can, or you can just have it for your family. But a memoir you can also share with the world as learning for them. The road home I based on life lessons that I learned on the farm. They're life lessons that are universal, and everybody learns them. Just we learned them on the farm, the fun way. Well, that was 2017 when I published the Jackson House book. And then an amazing thing happened in 2020. Not the pandemic. We tried not to think about that, of course. But in 2020, we had our first grandbaby, Sydney Joy. Oh my, what an exciting time. We were so over the hills of being first-time grandparents. And then just a couple years after that, we had Madeline Blair. And oh my goodness, we had 2 little girls just as beautiful as they could be, healthy and excited about life. But I realized that they had a need for a story that would help them to face their fears when they went to bed at night. You know, when mom and dad tuck them in, kiss them goodnight, turn off the lights and shut the door. That's when a lot of scary things happen. The shadows on the walls, the sounds as the house settles, the wind outside, maybe a limb of a tree brushing across the window that you don't notice during the daytime, but it's definitely there at night. I wrote No More Fear for Sydney Joy and Madeline Blair. I did it in a rhyming type thing that's almost music to their ears as they go to bed at night. And they know now what's coming. You know, of course, they found out everything that they were afraid of once they turned the light on. They realized there was nothing to be afraid of at all. This one is they found out that terrible smell was Daddy's stinky socks under the bed. But I love doing this book, and my grandchildren love it too. It's a musical, as I mentioned, kind of a musical rhythm to the poetry that helps almost sing them to bed. And yet the girls want to stay awake until the very last, and they realize they were brave and they conquered their fear. So that's No More Fear. And then my most recent book was an idea from my daughter. My daughter is a surgeon, and she has traveled the world, all continents, except for Antarctica. She hasn't gone there yet, but she has traveled all the other continents. And she said, Mom, would you help me write a series of books where Aunt Emmy, or Dr. Emmy travels the world healing animals. She is not a veterinarian. She's a surgeon. But I thought, well, that's a unique twist that would speak to children. So I helped her write our first book, Elsie the Elephant's Stuffy Nose. And poor Elsie, with an elephant with a stuffy nose, that is horrible. So when she first gets the call, she rushes to find Elsie, who is in Kenya and on the continent of Africa. So she goes looking for Elsie all through, and she meets lots of new friends, the meerkats. She meets the monkeys and the alligators and the hippopotamus. They all try to help her find Elsie. And when she does, she gives her medicine to help her clear her stuffy nose. And she sneezes, a huge sneeze. In the back, we've also added African words throughout. So it's a learning book too. African words that we use. And then so they can practice the funny sounds that the African words make. And they learn those. And they learn where Kenya is. So that's our first book. I believe our second book, we've been talking about it, and I believe that one is going to be Iceland. And one of my favorite animals is the puffin. I even know a very good poem about the puffin, but we're not sure if we're going to rhyme that one or just do it the same way we did with Elsie. But we love doing these books. We love doing that one. We hope to have several more books to come. So I appreciate you being here, and I thank you for your time. Take a look at this on Amazon, on any of these, and pick up one or two for your children for the Christmas season. Now I have a really special treat, a special guest. It's my little Sydney Joy reading. She's in kindergarten. She doesn't really read yet. But we've read Elsie so many times. She knows the story. So I'm going to leave you with her telling you, reading to you, the story of Elsie the elephant who had a stuffy nose. And then after she's done, stay tuned for the other authors to come. It will be a blessing to you. You will enjoy every one. Bye.
Hello guys, my name is Sydney, and today we're gonna do some of my favorite things, and first we're gonna read with Sydney. Let's read. Okay.
What's the title of the book?
Elsie the Elephant's Stuffy Nose. Bye.
By Dr. Emmy and Grandma Juju.
Dr. Emmy and Grandma Juju. By the way, I'll show you something, okay? Don't worry, guys. It's at the very end, but don't worry. These are the two people who made the book. And of course, one of the authors are right there. Let's start.
Dr. Emmy, the world's bravest traveling doctor, loved to help everyone. One day, she got an emergency phone call. "Come quick, Dr. Emmy. Elsie the elephant has a very stuffy nose." "Where in the world is Elsie the elephant?" asked Dr. Emmy. "On the continent of Africa."
What if we just show the picture?
Okay, you tell the story as we show the pictures.
Dr. Emmy was on the phone. She was a doctor, but then there was a big emergency. There was an elephant that had a stuffy nose. She went to the jungle and she saw a monkey. Monkey, could you help me? Where's Elsie?
Check the savannah, he
Said the
said.
monkey.
Bless you.
Here.
In the savannah,
Hello, giraffe. Could you help me find Elsie? Maybe look another place.
let's go that way, the giraffe said.
Hello, children. Do you know where Elsie is? No.
Have a good journey, they said.
Dr. Emmy said, hippopotamuses, crocodiles, do you know where Elsie is? No.
In the meadow, found busy meerkats
Oh no.
and an owl.
Oh, the owl.
And the owl said, Elsie's not far away. Go that way.
Wait, but do you know where Elsie is?
And there was
Elsie.
Elsie. She
Hello,
gently flapped her
Elsa.
ears.
Hello, Elsie. Are you okay? Oh no.
Just then,
No, I want to do it.
what happened?
Oh. Wah! Achoo! Replied
Big sneeze.
Elsie, and Emmy the doctor have finally found Elsie.
And healed her stuffy nose.
And
And then she went home.
these are the two offers.
Hello, everybody. Wasn't that adorable? Thank you so much, Judy. I hope you're watching this and just tell her what a wonderful job she did. Everybody, if you think that was too cute, why don't you put a hashtag too cute in the comments and let's pour our love out to Judy and her granddaughter. Now, the next person I'm bringing out, I have a funny story to tell about her book. So, Margie, are you ready? Margie's not ready. Oh, wait, there's Margie. Hey, Margie. Hello.
Hello.
I told Margie this funny story, and now I want to share it with everybody. Margie had a big book launch recently, sent out an email telling everybody about it. And of course, I support the other authors in this group. So I ordered the book. I have a puppy called Daisy. If those of you who don't know Daisy, she is notorious for tearing stuff up, for emptying the stuffing out of pillows, she ate these glasses and I had to have them completely remade because they were no longer usable. Well, one day we were eating dinner and the dog started going crazy. It was Amazon. Well, apparently I didn't realize it was Amazon at the time. I'm going to tell you how I found out. We ate dinner and we were yelling at the dogs to calm down. There's nothing out there. Well, there was something out there. After we finished eating, we sent the dogs outside. And I got a notice from Amazon saying they delivered one of my packages. I went out there looking, and I went out there looking, and I couldn't find it anywhere. And then out in the front yard, I found this, this. And it was The Magic Ball of Light, Margie's book. And I really need to know what's on these pages here. So I'm going to read you a little bit, and then I'm going to let Margie talk about these books so she can tell me the rest of the story. This half a page says, when our picture is fuzzy, our outcome will be fuzzy too. But when we are clear, the light helps us create what we truly believe can come true. And there's one more powerful practice I want you to add: gratitude. And this is absolutely wonderful because I'm an adult coach. I coach people in public speaking and writing. And these are some of the very same things I tell adults. So, Margie, the virtual stage is yours. And can you tell me the rest of the story?
Thank you, Francine. Thank you so much for that warm introduction and just a humorous story about your puppy. Sounds like a cute dog, and we know puppies as well as children sometimes don't always cooperate with what we hope to. So hello, everyone. I'm Margie Hamner, and I am a children's book author. I used to be a human resources coach and leadership coach, doing similar to what Francine was saying. I used to help adults with building their confidence and their self-esteem to be leaders in workplaces. A couple of years ago, I decided to change all that, give all that up, and transition to writing a book series called The Magic Ball of Light. And the reason I did that is I want to transition from helping to empower today's leaders to empowering tomorrow's leaders, which are your children and our grandchildren. I have 6 grandchildren. 3 are in South Carolina and 3 are in Texas. And many of the characters that you will discover as I share with you about my book. They are featured in the books, as well as some other characters as well. So let me give you a little bit about the book and my illustrator. My illustrator is Susan Townsend Furr, and she drew the pictures that you will see in the book. So you'll see this one here, they're sketched. So this is what we call a chapter book or an early reading book series for kids ages 7 to 11. My grandson used to read something called The Magic Tree House. So if you like the Magic Tree House genre, it's a similar size book in that they're small for kids those ages. I like the Magic Tree House because it's a fantasy. And I also thought if people Google or look for the Magic Tree House, they're going to find the Magic Ball of Light. So let me tell you a little bit about the Magic Ball of Light and a little bit of the background. I'm going to read a little bit to you today from my first book and a little bit from my second book, as Francine that just came out last week. So this is going to be a series. And these are the 2 I've had so far. This one was an Amazon bestseller a year and a half ago, and we're hoping that this one will also reach Amazon bestselling status with your help, as well as getting the word out. We'll know more about that next week since it's just launched a week ago. So the book, The Magic Ball of Light Summer Camp, is about kids who go to a summer camp in Virginia. I live in Virginia. And I grew up in the Washington, D.C. area. And when I was a little girl, our families used to camp. And we used to go to Charlottesville, which is down in the Blue Ridge Mountains. So the setting for this book is in the Blue Ridge Mountains, where kids go to a summer camp called Camp Inner Light. And they go to this camp and they have fun, as you can imagine, like you do for any summer camps. You go swimming and hiking and you do s'mores and, you go fishing and all the things that you do in summer camp. all the kids do here. But this is a special summer camp. Something magical happens on the last day when they gather for the closing ceremony with their leader. Her name happens to be Mimi. She, on the last day, asked the kids to go around in a circle and share something that they learned at the camp, something that they're grateful for, because this is an empowerment camp where we want to teach kids about gratitude, confidence, self-esteem, believing in themselves, and that kind of thing. So Mimi says everyone goes around in the circle and they talk a little bit about what they're grateful for. And then at the very end of this session, she reveals this magic ball of light. It's a ball of light that's glowing, and she's holding it in her hands, and it's weightless. And their kids are like, wow, what is that? And she invites all of the children one by one to take this ball of light and to place it into their hearts. So they go around the circle, each child taking this ball of light and putting it in their hearts. And the kids are like, okay, well, what is this ball of light that you've asked us to put in our hearts? And Mimi, basically explains that it's that they're born with this light. We're all born with a light within. And so this is for the kids to be able to know how they can tap into their own inner light that they're born with. They go on and their parents pick them up. And then each chapter in the first book is about a challenge that each of the children face. So I'll give you a couple examples, and then I'll read one of the chapters to you. So one is about a little boy who has to get surgery. So he has surgery and he needs courage. So the chapter is about him going through the surgery, tapping into that courage so he can overcome that. We have another little girl, her name is Grace, and she gets bullied at school. Very common today. Okay, so she taps into the light to help to explain it to her mom and dad. So she basically taps into the light for that. We have another little boy named Jake who is nervous about giving a class presentation. So again, his chapter is about learning how to overcome fear and anxiety about giving a presentation. We also have one here about a little girl with a messy room. See if I find the picture for that. Anybody here have a child or grandchildren that have a messy room? This was actually kind of a true story about my granddaughter, Olivia. And so you can see she has a real messy room. And she learns that when she's in her messy room, she doesn't feel like she's focused. She doesn't feel like she can concentrate, and she feels a little bit like she can't do her homework. So she learns to clean her room. So those are some examples about what this book is about. But I want to read to you one of my favorite chapters, and I'll tell you why I like this one. And then I'm going to talk to you about my second book, which is going to be The Holiday. And I'm going to looking at my time. I think I still have plenty of time. So this one is called Be Yourself. And I want to show you the picture. And this is Louisa. And I'll share a little bit about that with you to kind of get a flavor. So Louisa is 11 years old and has 6 siblings, 1 older brother and 5 sisters. She is the 5th child and is much taller than her siblings. She feels awkward about her height and often stoops down and her head down and her shoulders forward to feel shorter. Sometimes her siblings joke about her height, calling her the giant. I hate it when they tease me. I wish I was petite, she often thinks to herself. Louisa finds joy in books, poetry, and storytelling, while her siblings spend their free time playing video games and watching TV. She escapes into the world of reading, writing, and imagination. One afternoon, while lying in the grass, gazing up at the clouds floating by, she remembered the first time she babysat her younger sisters. Hey, Louisa, we are so bored. There is nothing to do, they whined. Determined to cheer them up, she grabbed a purple bottle of bubbles and she ran outside calling, "Come, come follow me." Soon the backyard was filled with laughter as the bubbles danced through the air. Her sisters chased and popped them until they were breathless and happy. That moment of joy inspired Louisa to write a poem. This is her poem, Bubbles in the Backyard. When kids are cranky and blue, go outside for something new. Kick a ball to spark some fun. Play hide and seek, duck and run. Bring out the bubbles, watch them fly. Arms reach up and stretch real high. Smiles emerge and shine so bright. Laughter is heard to spur delight. Outside play is always best to bring out joy and foster zest. At dinner time, brimming with excitement, Louisa announced to her family, "I wrote a new poem and I would love to read it to you." With nervous hands, she pulled out her pink spiral-bound notebook and began to read this poem I just read. But when she finished, her siblings erupted into laughter. "That's really stupid," her older brother Jose sneered. Maria, her younger sister, stuck her finger in her mouth and pretended to gag. Louisa's heart shattered. Eyes welling with tears, she bolted down the hallway, slammed her bedroom door, and buried her face in her pillow. That night, as she lay in bed, tossing and turning, a memory from summer camp came back to her. The magical moment when she received the glowing ball of light. God created each of you perfectly and gave you each unique talents, Mimi had said. Never let anyone tell you that you can't do something that you feel is your gift to share with the world. Louisa gently touched her heart and took several deep breaths. Soon she felt the light, and she was comforted to know that God made her tall for a reason and blessed her with this talent to write. Mimi also told them, when people say unkind things to you, don't swallow their words and allow them to go inside you. You know who you are. I want to repeat that. Mimi said, don't swallow their words. Really, I think lots of people are going to tell kids things in their life about, whether, criticize them, not support them. But kids need to know that if they have something true in their heart, not to listen to what other people say. Louisa says, I won't swallow their laughter or their cruel words, Louisa whispered to herself. The next morning, she awoke feeling lighter, no longer burdened from their teasing, and she began to write in her diary, focusing on what she was grateful for. She went down to breakfast, and they say, "Buenos dias, Louisa," Jose said, shifting uncomfortably. "We're really sorry for laughing at you last night." Louisa stood up tall, shoulders back, and smiled. "At first, I was hurt, my feelings," she admitted. "But then I realized who I want to be. One day, I'm going to be a famous writer one day, and you're going to be asking for my autograph." Her siblings exchanged amused glances, rolling their eyes and snickering, but Louisa didn't mind. She believed in herself, and that was all that mattered. So that's the chapter on Louisa, and I wanted to share that one with you because I'll let you in on a little secret. That chapter is really about me. So when I was a little girl, I had we were 7 kids. I was the 5th, and I was the tallest of everyone. And I often stooped down, and I often didn't like the way I was tall. And I wanted to be a writer, like a TV show back in my generation, which was called The Waltons. And I wanted to be like John Boy, who was the oldest of the 7 kids, who coincidentally, if you remember the show, was set in the Blue Ridge Mountains. So I kind of took my story and then put it in this book as a lesson for kids to learn that they don't have to swallow what other people tell them to abandon their dream. So I abandoned my dream to be a writer for 50 years because I just published this book a year and a half ago. So that's just one of the lessons that I hope kids will learn, is to be true to themselves, the dreams that are in their heart, and kind of tune out the world for people who are going to criticize them, to be able to be true for themselves. So that's really what this is about in the summer camp. I shared a little bit about the other chapters. I also added reflective questions in the back after each chapter, so kids or their parents can talk about each chapter. Imagine you're reading that story with your child or your grandchild about bullying, or Grace being bullied at school, and then you read those few questions to maybe it helps to open that conversation up with the child. So, what would you do if you were ever bullied, or if you had to give a class presentation, what would you do? So, like I said, it was a great success in terms of Amazon's bestseller. So I just published this one last week, which is The Magic Ball of Light Winter Holiday. So it's the same kids, but we have new kids too. So I forgot to mention, one thing that I did in this book is I had a QR code for the summer camp one, a QR code in the back, where my readers could scan this QR code to be entered into a contest to be in the next book. And I had 2 children, didn't know those children. I had quite a few that wanted to be part of the contest, but we chose 2, one boy and one girl, to be in the next book. So they won the contest, and now they're in the new book. And so one is named Grayson, a little boy, and a little girl named Lily. So they're going to be featured, and they are featured in this one. And my illustrators, same illustrator, Susan Townsend Furr, did this one as well. And she sketched their faces so beautifully that they look just like them. Like, for example, this is Lily. And Lily really does look this way, and because my Susan is so talented in coming up with these types of illustrations, so they're so perfect. So let me tell you a little bit about the Magic Ball of Light Winter Camp. The kids all come back to the winter camp. Now it's the same Camp Interlight, which is again the Blue Ridge Mountains, but this time it's winter, and they're going to go sledding and snowball fights, and they're going to be doing, ice skating and things like that. They're hot cocoa sitting by the fire inside the lodge. So same property, same leader. Her husband's name is Mr. Wilson, and so he's going to have a bigger role in this book. Mr. Wilson is going to be helping to mentor one of the little boys here. And so this particular book is set in that same setting, but in the winter months, again, with the same empowerment principles. But just to give you a general idea about what these different chapters are, I'm not going to read all of them to you. I'm just going to do one here in a few minutes. They're going to learn in this book of the winter holiday how to pass the light on to other kids. So I mentioned earlier that we're all born with the light. We all have that inner light. We're all born with it, but a lot of kids forget that. So the kids are going to basically help to encourage each other, to believe what they, to have confidence, self-esteem, etc. So, some of these chapters are going to be doing that, passing the light on to other kids. One little boy, his name is Jake, and he has a little bit of an obsession with video games. Do you know anybody like that? It seems to be a real common thing. And so this is Jake and Reed, and Jake kind of sneaks in his tablet. You're not supposed to have a tablet at this camp. But he sneaks it in, and so he's playing his game. They're sitting at the bunk beds, and Reed's like, "Come on out, Jake. Come on, it's time to go sledding. It's time to go out and to go play in the snow." But Jake doesn't want to leave. Jake stays in the room, and he misses out on the whole day of playing in the snow. And nobody scolds Jake. No one says, "Hey, you weren't supposed to do that." At dinner that night, Jake overhears everyone sharing how wonderful it was, how amazing it was to go sledding and how to go, doing all the snowball fights and everything. And he's kind of sitting to himself like, I really missed out, like FOMO. So the next chapter which I won't tell you about because I think you should read that for yourself. He sits with Mr. Wilson that night. He can't sleep, so he tosses and turns, and Mr. Wilson helps him come up with a solution for him wanting to overcome this addiction or obsession or this overuse of video games. So I think it's a great topic. I know some of my grandkids tend to have a little bit too much screen time, a healthy way for kids to learn how to overcome that. So I'm not going to give that secret away. I hope you'll buy this book to find out the answer. So, Francine, how much time I think I have a little bit more time, don't I?
Yes, you started early, so keep going if you'd like, or if you're ready to stop, let me know.
I'd just like to share one more chapter.
Go ahead.
And then I'll and I'm assuming are you gonna put a link or something in the chat for how they can order the book?
They can go to our website and find your link on our website.
Perfect.
Rolling right underneath us right now is how you can find our website.
Oh, got it. All right. Thank you, Francine, for that reminder. Appreciate it. So I wanted to share another one that my granddaughter, Grace, who was in the first book. Remember, Grace got bullied and she figured out how to overcome that. She's now in this book too, with another character named Crystal. And Grace had this great idea, and Grace is 12, to write a chapter called What If? And I want to read a little bit about it to you. I'm going to read a little bit for you because I think it's another great lesson for kids. So the lake was frozen solid after several weeks of freezing temperatures at winter holiday camp. So Mimi and Mr. Wilson invited all the children to go ice skating. Grace, who had been taking ice skating lessons back home, could hardly wait to skate on the frozen lake surrounded by snow-covered pines. Dressed in her new red puffy coat, matching hat, and gloves she received for Christmas, she raced towards the front door of the lodge. On her way, she passed the family room and noticed Crystal sitting near the big stone fireplace with sheet music spread across her lap, and she was humming softly. "Hi, Crystal," Grace said. "What are you doing?" Crystal smiled. "I'm practicing for my school choir recital." "Wow, that's really cool. You have such a beautiful voice." "Thank you," Crystal said shyly. "Hey, want to come ice skating?" Crystal fiddled with her music. "No, thanks." "Why not? It's super fun." Crystal's eyes darted away. "What if I fall? What if I get hurt?" Grace pulled off her hat and gloves and sat beside her. "I'll help you. We can hold hands." Crystal shook her head and stood. No, I don't want to go." Crystal hesitated, then leaned close. "Can I totally be honest with you?" Crystal looked at her warily. "Sure. I've noticed that since we've been back at Camp Interlight, you've been more cautious than when we were first met last summer." "What do you mean?" "Well, last night at dinner, Mimi made her famous casserole and you didn't even try it." Crystal crossed her arms. "So what?" Grace pressed gently. "You said, 'What if I don't like it?' and gag in front of everyone. Yesterday when we were sledding, you said, 'What if I fall?' and walk back to the lodge, and now you won't try skating." "So what if I don't want to? I don't like trying new food, and I don't want to go sledding or skating." Grace's eyes softened. "But don't you see? You're missing out on so much fun and new experiences." Crystal kind of looked down and silently. "Don't you remember the lesson on fear that Mimi taught us at the summer camp?" Grace asked. "Not really." She said fear stands for false evidence appearing real. The things we're afraid of are usually just an illusion in our minds. Grace decided to write it out on the back of her music sheet. So it has like fear, false evidence appearing real. Crystal studied the words. "Are you afraid?" Grace asked gently. Crystal's voice was small. "A little. Mimi taught us that we can connect to our inner light to overcome fear. Do you want to try?" Crystal hesitated, then nodded. "I guess so." "Okay, let's do it together. Close your eyes. Take a few deep breaths and feel the light inside. Crystal closed her eyes, breathed deeply, and placed her hands over her heart. Slowly, her shoulders relaxed. When she opened her warm brown eyes, she smiled and announced, "Let's go ice skating." Grace jumped and gave her a big high five. As they walked down to the lake, they reminisced about swimming and fishing there during the summer. "Are you sure the ice is on the lake is safe?" Crystal asked nervously. "Mr. Wilson tested it," Grace assured her. "He said it was frozen solid. Look, everyone's already there." Grace laced up her skates quickly, then knelt down to help Crystal tighten hers. "The laces need to be snug to support your ankle," she explained. Crystal stood up wobbling. Then Cal and Grayson skated over, showing off a few of their skating moves. "Well, we'll help you, Crystal," they said together, each one of them of their hands carefully guiding her onto the ice. "You've got this, Crystal." Lily skated by, waving. Before falling flat on her backside, laughing, she stood up, brushing off herself. "See, we all fall, and then we just get back up." Encouraged, Crystal let Cal and Grayson lead her out around the lake. After a while, Cal let go, and then Grayson let go. And suddenly, Crystal was skating all on her own. "Oh my gosh, I'm skating," she shouted, her voice full of joy. The other children clapped and cheered. Crystal glided across the ice, laughter ringing through the crisp winter air. That day, Crystal discovered that sometimes the scariest what ifs melt away the moment you face your fears. So the book has a treasure chest of lots of little lessons. Many of you may remember like Aesop fables, but these are kind of like modern day, maybe Aesop fables, but stories to inspire kids to overcome fear, stories to encourage kids to believe in their dreams, and those types of lessons. So I have really enjoyed sharing my book series with you today, and I thank Francine and everyone who has helped to put this together. And I hope you'll consider purchasing Magic Ball of Light, either the series, both of them, because they're both now available on Amazon. The Magic Ball of Light is $12.99, and the Winter Holiday is on a special since I just launched it, so it's only $10.99. So grab it for your kids.
Make sure your dog doesn't eat it.
Yeah, make sure your dog, get it from the front porch soon. And then also this book will also have the QR code in the back too, because I plan on doing another one called Magic Ball of Light Spring Break next year. So if your child or grandchild, or even you could be featured in the book, because you could share like what I had. We all had something that happened when we were little. So maybe it can be an adult who wants to share their story about how they overcame something. So thank you so much. It's been my pleasure to be with you all today. And thanks again to Francine.
And Margie, I just want to say this idea of doing the contest is brilliant. I'm going to use it in my next book, because my next book's going to be about having a party, about everybody spreading their sparkle for sparkle feathers and let your sparkle shine. Brilliant idea. So children's authors, this is the reason I started the group Children's Authors Unite, so we could all come together and share our brilliant ideas on how we can make a bigger impact in the world. Thank you so much, Margie. And I love, love, love your books. I love them.
Well, hopefully you'll get another one. I'm going to send you one. I'll autograph one and send it to you, Francine.
Awesome.
Because you didn't, and that way you can have your own copy. So I'll do that.
And I'll make sure it doesn't be left out with the dog.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks. And now I am going to send Margie backstage, and it's time for Renee. Renee, are you here? Renee is not here yet. So what I'm like to do is, what time is it? We have about 12 minutes. Let me see if I have a video. I think I have a video that we could play now. Here we go, 8 minutes. Nova's Wish. This is Deborah, and she is going to talk all about Nova's Wish.
Well, hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining me today. My name is Deborah Thompson, and I am the author of Nova's Wish, and I'm really glad you're here. Come along with me for the next little bit as we step into the world of magic, kindness, courage, and heart. A world I created with the hope that it will become a cherished part of your home and family traditions. Today, I'll share the story, show you the three-piece gift set, and let you get to know Nova up close. And I really, truly hope that you'll feel as though you're right there beside Nova and myself at the North Pole as the magic unfolds. So it's a three-piece gift set, as I told you, and it comes just like this. And here is the handle in the bag. So the red bag is one of the first items here, and it's the keepsake carry bag. So instead of it being offered in a box, I created this beautiful bag that's meaningful and it's really soft. And it's very durable and it's fun. The kids love it. I had one little boy tell his mom that it's his briefcase that he takes everywhere. So he takes Nova and other cherished special things along as well. So inside the bag, show you, comes Nova, the baby reindeer, and of course, the book, Nova's Wish. And so Nova, the plush, hops right out of the story and into your arms. And Nova, as you can see, is the plush, about 8 inches tall. And Nova has a heart-shaped nose, sparkly blue eyes, a heart here on the chest, and also on Nova's bum, a little heart. So there's love everywhere coming from Nova. And really, children just fall right in love with Nova as soon as they meet this cute little reindeer. And then the book here, as you can see, is the story that I wrote, and it was beautifully illustrated by Courtney Sorrow. She did a beautiful job. Let me see if I can show you some of what's inside. So initially you open it up and you get to put your name in here, that it's your book. And then the illustrations are really quite lovely. Nova is found. I don't want to show you too much because it's a fun story to read. And Nova's getting courage. And then Santa decides to get out in his sleigh and deliver Nova. And then the most magical part of the story is right here. When Santa chooses your child, the child reading the book, as the special one right here. It's the most magical thing of all, and that's because every child needs to feel special. And it was really part of what drove me to write this book. And there's also fun reindeer facts, and you'll find out why Nova has blue eyes right here when you read. And then a place to document the day you adopted Nova. And then there's that fun adoption certificate, which makes Nova totally yours here at the end. So that's the set. And the book comes packed right inside the bag. And then here in the front, you can see that fun little window. So if Nova travels around, you can see right through there. And this is how you'll receive it when you purchase it. So next, I'd like to tell you about Nova and the story, because you might be thinking, what is the story about? I did show you some illustrations, which gives you a little bit of an inkling into the story. But Nova's Wish is a story about love, friendship, kindness, and the bravery to speak your heart. Nova has a special wish, a unique one. It's magical and different from all the rest of the baby reindeer at the North Pole. While the other young reindeer dream of growing up, learning to fly, and pulling Santa's sleigh, Nova's wish is something entirely different. It's magical, it's tender, and it's full of love. It's a beautiful and magical way, and it's a courage to say it out loud. And that's where Stella, one of the other main characters in the story, comes in. And Stella is a gentle angel and friend who helps Nova navigate the uncertainty and find the bravery to share this unique wish with Santa. Stella doesn't push or pressure, she just guides with light, warmth, and love, helping Nova trust in the magic Nova has inside. Finally, Nova gathers the courage to speak the wish. And when Santa hears it, he does something extraordinary. He sets out on a mission to honor it because every wish, especially a unique one, deserves to be heard. And then, as the story unfolds, the most magical part, the child reading the book is pulled right into the heart of the North Pole. They feel the snow, they see the sparkle, and journey right there side by side with Nova. Then comes the magical twist, the moment that children treasure. The child reading the story discovers that they are the very special child chosen to bring Nova's wish to life, right from the top of Santa's nice list. Every time they hug Nova, every time they carry Nova around the house, they're reminded again and again that they are special, that they were chosen, that they matter. So children often ask, is Nova a boy or a girl? The truth is, the name Nova means new beginnings, and with that, Nova can become whatever the child imagines. A brave explorer, a gentle friend, a playful companion, a source of comfort and courage, all depending on the imagination of the child. And that's the part of the beauty of Nova. The reindeer becomes uniquely, personally theirs. And just to recap here, Nova's Wish three-piece gift set comes little baby reindeer, and you can see it back here too. Little baby reindeer, this fun plush bag, and the hardcover book, and it's all packed inside here as a beautiful, lovely gift. Parents tell me all the time that Nova's become the favorite stuffed animal in the house, carried around from room to room, cuddled at bedtime, brought along on adventures. It's a companion that brings the story into real life, a friend who continually reminds the child, you are special. You were chosen. So just to recap with a little bit about me, I've spent years working with children and families, and I've always believed that every child deserves to feel special. That belief is woven through every word in this story. Nova's Wish began as a spark, an idea that I couldn't let go of. I just kept thinking I needed to make this into a book. It took 3 years from the very first idea to the moment it was placed in my hands. And the three-piece gift set launched in December of 2023 and has since become cherished in the hearts and homes of families across the country. Creating this story has truly been one of the greatest joys of my life. So thank you for spending some time with me today and stepping into Nova's magical world. If you'd like to bring Nova home, explore more, or learn what's coming next, you can visit novaswish.com. And I hope Nova becomes as special to your family as Nova has become to mine. Thank you for watching.
And we're back. Wasn't Deborah great? I love Nova. I'm thinking, who on my list is going to get a Nova doll? I bet you have someone on your shopping list who needs a Nova. Come on, think. Anyways, if you love Deborah, put a hashtag Nova in the comments and let Deborah know that you loved her story. Give some love to Nova. And now we have another author coming on live right here. I am going, yay, that's exciting. I just got a little note saying someone scanned the QR code to our website, everybody. Yes. And I'm going to bring out Renee Bolton, who will be joining us next. Hi, Renee.
Hello. This has been
It
so much fun.
is. We are having fun. Everybody watching right now, share this with all your friends. Let them know what we're doing. There are so many more authors that will be on this afternoon and tomorrow. But right now, this is Renee's spotlight time. Renee, I am going backstage.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Renee Bolton, and I am the author of a I Don't Want to series. Here are two of my books. I Don't Want to Calm Down is one of my newer books, and my first book was I Don't Want to Go to Church. Um, I am a children's writer who focuses on big feelings that little people have. And I hope that my books will give people an opportunity to explore feelings with children. So, one of the things that people ask me a lot is, that like, what's the secret behind turning chaos into life lessons? So, this book, I Don't Want to Calm Down, is one of the books that focuses on big emotions. So, with the big emotions, we often hear people tell kids, calm down, calm down, calm down. But we as adults don't always want to calm down. When we're feeling all of our feelings, we don't want to calm down. And so, why do we expect children to calm down when they're feeling their big feelings? And honestly, I feel like the secret behind turning chaos into life lessons is really that I've lived it. I am a mom of 6, wife of 1, and I really feel that throughout the course of raising 6 children who have very unique identities and personalities, we have learned that the lesson is in the chaos. That it's a daily opportunity to realize that kids don't need us to fix their feelings; they need us to acknowledge them. So when I write these stories, I'm trying to mirror real life meltdowns and then model what a healthy emotional navigation looks like. So the humor in our stories often softens the edges of the discipline that you're trying to teach children as far as how to manage and navigate their feelings. The storytelling slows everybody down. And then suddenly, whatever felt overwhelming becomes something we can talk about without tears, and that includes adult tears. um, so I do mix laughter and learning into life lessons, um, but my background is not in education. The teacher in me came out through survival mode, and if you read closely, you'll hear the voice of the mom who whispered, "Lord, please just let these kids all go to bed at the same time." Sometimes that was what I was trying to accomplish, but humor gets us through all of it. It really does. And so, in our story, I Don't Want to Calm Down, we have this child, Deborah Jo. And in my first book, I Don't Want to Go to Church, Deborah Jo, right there, is learning about going to church, and she doesn't think that she wants to go. And so her mom is teaching her about all of the things that we do in our community, that we get that from church, such as going out to the homeless shelters and helping with the animal rescue, feeding the hungry, and here making new friends. Here she's making friends, and she didn't think that she wanted to meet new friends. Here she is outside doing city cleanup, yard cleanup. And we're just learning through these stories how everything we do in life may be big and challenging to us at first, but as we go on, we realize that it's not as challenging as we thought it was. And actually, some of the things that we were afraid of can be fun. So we meet Deborah Jo in this first story, I Don't Want to Go to Church. But then in our second story, I Don't Want to Calm Down, she's in the middle of a meltdown. So Deborah Joe, we come right in the middle of something has happened. And whatever it was, it really set her off. And as you can see, she is quite upset. Toys going everywhere. She's stomping and crying and just quite upset. And so throughout the story, you know, her mom wants her to calm down, but she says, I don't want to calm down. I don't want to calm down. I don't want to sit down. I don't want to take a deep breath. She just doesn't. But as the story goes on and she starts utilizing some tools, here you can see she's taking a deep breath. Mom's telling her, breathe in, breathe out. But as she starts navigating through the tools that she's given by her mom, she is able to start managing her feelings so that she can get to a point where she can start talking about what's on her mind, what the problem is, so that she can start coming up with a solution. So one of the things I love about this book, I Don't Want to Calm Down, is that in the back of this story, for grown-ups who are reading the story, we have tips for parents and caregivers. And in the tips for parents and caregivers, we give you a whole list of all of the things that help when you're in the middle of a meltdown with a child. Additionally, at the back of this book, we have more resources for parents and caregivers, including a link to downloadables, a Facebook group for parents who are dealing with big feelings, and more. So this book is a great addition to your children's library, especially if you're dealing with children who are managing big feelings. In addition to the Calm Down book, I have my big feelings journal, because some feelings are a lot, and that's okay. So in the Big Feelings Journal, we have daily opportunities for your child to fill out the journal, and they can fill out the My Feelings chart to show what zone of regulation they're in, which is something that they're using in almost every school now. You can fill out what feelings you feel today. And then there are plenty of other pages where you can draw out your feelings, write out your feelings, and so much more. The whole purpose of this journal is to start giving small people an opportunity to put words to their big feelings. A lot of times when you see children in the middle of a meltdown, they don't know how to express to you what they're feeling, that they're anxious about something, they're frustrated about something. All of these words that we as adults know that little people don't. And so this journal is an opportunity for kids to learn how to put words to their feelings. So in many cases, I have schools that are using this journal in the classroom. And if there's a small person who is not a fluent reader, they use someone to read it to them and ask them the questions, and then they tell them the answer, and the scribe will write it in the journal so that you can keep track of it. Then as you're going through the month and you're filling out this journal every day, you're getting to the point where now you can go back and remember when you had this specific feeling. Let's look and see what it said, what you said you felt when you had that feeling. So these two books kind of go hand in hand, the journal and the story, I Don't Want to Calm Down, and the Big Feelings Journal kind of go hand in hand. I am so excited about the opportunity to just share my books with all of you. I am really looking forward to any questions that people may have about my books. I am very accessible online. You can find me at Bolton Books on Facebook, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Instagram. I am everywhere. So if you have any questions about my books, I would love to speak to you about them. And so with that, I am going to turn it back over to Francine.
Renee, thank you. I just love what you're doing because you're right. Kids have all of these big feelings, and that could frustrate a parent. Man, I
Mhm.
remember when I was a kid and my mom would yell at us and we thought she was mean. But I think it's just because we were fighting, we were acting stupid, and she just didn't know what to do. I wish
Exactly.
I wish we had these books and your knowledge back then. Kids,
And I think I did too. I feel like we've gone through 6 children now that we started from the beginning, and we've gone through 6 children, and there are so many things that I wish we had known when they were younger about how to deal with some of their emotions and their expressions of their emotions, and we just didn't know. But now that I know, I want to help others.
right? And on my podcast, Parents Talk, we talk about negative childhood programming and
Mhm.
you know caring for children with all these big emotions.
Right,
And the one thing I want all parents to know, it's not your fault.
right.
You are just doing what you were programmed to do. But
Hmm.
now that you heard Renee, now that you have access to Parents Talk podcast, where experts come and teach you about how to do things differently, now you don't have an excuse. It might
Right.
be your fault after today. Renee, do you have any last words for our viewers?
I do not have any last words except stick around for all the other authors who are coming, because this is just a great opportunity to meet some authors that you may not already know. This is just a wonderful opportunity to just hear about stories. There are so many stories out there, so many, but you don't know which one of them will connect with the little people in your life until you hear about them. So this is a wonderful opportunity to hear about some great stories.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
Everybody, scan that code, go to our website, check out Renee's link, order the books, find out more about all the authors that are going to be here this weekend because we love sharing our messages. I don't know about everybody else, but I don't make a lot selling books, but I do make a lot right here when
Mhm.
I get the love of my readers telling me, oh, I loved your book. Oh, wow, that really made me think.
Mhm.
That is why we're all here. We're all here to educate. We're all here to share knowledge. And we're all here to spread some fun and
Right,
help children read more because
right.
that is where the future of our world is.
And I
Well,
think that's something that people don't think about a lot, is that the biggest draw for children's books is that it creates a love of reading in children, because when children read a book, and for example, this little girl is having a meltdown, and a child reads this book and is like, I know what that feels like. I have meltdowns. I want to read that book too. It makes them be able to connect with characters, and it just starts the cycle of a love of reading, and you can't get any better than that.
that is right. I think reading opens the world up to children and the adults who read to them. I,
Yes.
in my book, my first book, The Magic Library, is an introduction to meditation for kids. And I've had several parents tell me that that opened the world of meditation to them too,
Mhm.
just sitting there reading it to their kids. And guess what, parents? When you meditate with your kids, they take better naps. Just a public service announcement. Let's see. Well, Renee, would you like to stay here and keep talking or?
I can stay and talk, of course.
Okay.
Of
Would you
course, I
mind
can.
if I invite Rosemary out? Rosemary, are you
Absolutely.
ready? Where is Rosemary? Are you ready to come on out? All right.
I
Rosemary's
don't want to
on
use up
next.
all of Rosemary's time, though.
No,
So,
Rosemary's time starts at 1. So let's just,
okay.
you know what? Margot's here.
Come tomorrow.
Margot, are you ready to come in? Okay, let's bring Margot in too. Let's just carry this conversation on. You both have been backstage watching. Do you have anything to add?
I would say, what's your process in writing? I mean, when you started the writing process, how did you go about it?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It it actually started with come up with an idea, right? So I took this class and I thought, I can write a children's book. I have so many stories in my head. But then you try to figure out, okay, well, what would I write? And everyone told me, write what you know. Well, I know my kids. And that's where the first book came. I don't want to go to church because I don't know how many times I heard this phrase in my house as my children were growing up. I don't want to go to church. Why do we have to go to church? I don't want to go to church. And so that became the focus of my first story, why we do what we do. But my process is always start with what do I know? And so I know about what kids don't want to do because with 6 children, I have heard I don't want to so many thousands of times over the years that I can write a whole list that you will never have time to get through of all the things kids don't want to do. And so I thought, oh, that would be a pretty cool series to write of books about what kids don't want to do. Um, so that's where the series came from. I don't want to. And then that's where I don't want to go to church came from. And I don't want to calm down was just from me watching a child having a meltdown. And the mom, we were in a store actually, and the mom is telling him, let's take a breath. Let's take a breath. And he said, I don't want to take a breath. And I thought, yep. Exactly. When I'm angry, when I'm worked up about something and my husband tells me to calm down, like those are fighting words. Like don't tell me to calm down.
Not in the midst of it. I can totally relate though, because I have 2 grandkids that come over sometime, and the last time they were here, I told them they needed to get ready so that we could go to church. And I heard all of the reasons why they didn't want to go to church because they can't take their iPads. They have to sit down for so long. And I tried all of the things to remind them that it's fun. They did enjoy it once we were done. But in that moment, I thought, I don't care what you don't want to do. Let's
Right.
go.
That's so true. That's so true. We have a thing I have growing up where whenever I got upset or my sister would cry, I'd say, let's sing a song. So when my husband gets mad at me, I'm like, can you sing that to me? And it's like really weird because he does, but I'm telling you, it changes. But I love, Renee, your book is for adults too, because it's so true. So many of us say, I don't want to go to church. Or I don't want to. And I think it's just a wonderful book. And I was in preschool, so I think that's just a great book for children.
Yes.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I even think like as an adult reading, I don't want to calm down. It's when you think about reading that to a child, but you're also reading it to yourself and it's playing in your head as well. And so that's a reminder as you're reading it to the child. Oh, I say this often too. Maybe
Yeah.
I need to switch it around. So yeah,
Absolutely.
I think it's what is the gift that keeps on giving?
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that's one of the fun things about my books, especially the connection between the parent and the child, because as you are dealing with a child who's in the middle of big feelings and they're having an emotional outburst, and you're telling them, okay, let's do this together. Let's take a deep breath together. Let's do this. Breathe in, breathe out together. Let's do all of these things. It's bringing you down. while you're trying to help bring them down. Because if a parent says, "Oh, I don't get upset when my child gets upset," okay. And so it helps the parent at the same time that it's helping the child. So I love books that make connections like that between adults and their little people.
Good. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I think it's definitely something that a lot of parents should buy.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Scan the code, visit our website.
Yes. Yes. Go to the website. You can see my books. You can see all of our books. Our profiles are there with links back to our websites, to our social media. You can see all of the books that everyone has available. And with gift giving season upon us, what better way to support small businesses than by ordering some great books for the people in your life from some independent authors. And I think this is a fabulous event and such a great opportunity for all of us.
I had to make sure that the dogs just woke up from their nap and ran out, so I muted myself.
Your other children.
The only children I have, because we could see what one of them does.
Oh, no.
But Tater's a smart dog. I think he was trying to read.
Oh, this
probably was.
This was Tater's baby sister.
Oh, it's Daisy?
Yeah, this was Daisy.
Oh my.
Well, maybe she wanted him to read a book for her.
Yeah.
That might be. But anyways, I am having so much fun today, and Rosemary's on next. I can't wait.
Tomorrow. Today?
You're on tomorrow? You're on today at 1:00.
Today at 1:00. Okay, I put Sunday, but I'll be on today.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, let's see. It could be human error. Let me check the main.
It's no problem.
It says Rosemary at 1.
Okay.
And I'm the only Rosemary, I think. So I am ready.
Well, all right.
Hey, I'm a Toastmaster.
That's right.
And then I'm on after you. So
okay.
So I'll go get myself together.
District 84. You have
and have fun doing it.
Toastmasters getting ready to be on the rest of the afternoon. So District 84, you need to be watching us.
Margot, you're on next.
I'm on after you.
Do you want to go before me so that I can get my stuff ready?
Okay.
Are you ready?
Give me 2 minutes and I'll be ready.
Okay. Well, let's keep talking to Renee.
Okay.
We have a few more minutes till the 1:00 time slot opens up.
Or I can just go get my books. Well.
Okay. Let me put you two backstage.
Yeah, put me backstage. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, now after that part of the conversation, is there anything else you want to add?
I can't think of anything else. Just thank you so much for organizing all of this, and I appreciate you.
Well, I've got a question for you. You haven't been available at 3:30 on Fridays for a while because you have been that proverbial football mom. So tell us, how did the season go?
Our last two children are seniors in high school. They are in the marching band. And this year, the football team went to the playoffs. So they went pretty far this year. So unfortunately, Friday Night Lights. So you got to do what you got to do. But they did very well. They did very well this year. So it was a good way.
I'm more interested in the band than the football.
Exactly. I actually have a T-shirt that they hate when I wear it, but it says I'm only here for the halftime show because I'm really only there to watch my kids in the band.
So what do they play?
One plays the snare drum, the other one plays quads.
Oh, the
big drum. Yes.
Oh my God, you're a mother of percussionists. I bet the neighbors love you.
Yes, yes. Well, we had a whole band from all the other kids in band. Our daughter plays the clarinet, our other son plays saxophone, one son plays trumpet. Like they all played instruments. So we've always had a very musical household.
I love it. I know we lived in an apartment when I was in the band and I played the tuba. I'm sure
Oh
my
my.
neighbors got mad.
Yes, yes, yes. There are plenty of times where we would tell them, go out to the garage because it's just too loud. We can't stand it anymore. Go out to the garage. Yes. But
Band
it's
is,
our last one. So
oh, this is the last one?
this is our last year of band. So
Oh, how
yeah.
sad. You know, I went home to visit and we drove past the school and it just brought back so many memories of seeing the parking lot where we used to practice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
those are memories the kids will cherish forever.
for sure. For
Ooh,
sure.
I see another book coming.
I don't want to stop being in the band.
Okay, Margot is ready to come on.
All right.
So, Renee, I want to say thank you. If you're watching, please scan that code, visit our website, and check out Renee Bolton Books and get some of these books so you can help your kids with their big feelings.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Bye. See you later.
Bye. See ya.
There's Renee, and I'm bringing out Margot. Are you ready, Margot?
Yes, I am.
All right. I am going to give you that virtual mic, and the stage is yours. And I'm going to go tell all of our friends to watch you.
All righty. Thank you very much, Francine.
Bye,
See you in
Margot.
30.
Yep.
All right. Hey, y'all. I'm Margot Thomas. I'm an author, I'm a speaker, I'm a trainer, and I am a coach. I've written 10 books, I think. 7 of them I've written on my own, and 3 of them I've written in collaboration with other groups. Some of the books I've written are related to, obviously, we're in children's books. So I will talk more about my children's books today. Let me just do this. So this is some of, well, maybe this will be easier. Let's start with this. So these are some of my books here. And then these are a few others. And so I'll talk a little bit about a few of them as we go along. My first book I wrote before I started to write, I joined a group of authors because I wanted to kind of get an idea of what needed to be done, how things needed to be done. I knew I wanted to write, but I obviously had no clue what I wanted to write about. And then years later, we published an anthology, which I worked with the group, and that was my first published work in December of 2014. And then some years later, I kept saying, okay, I'm going to write, I'm going to write, I'm going to write. I don't know what I want to write. And then I had the program that I worked for, where I was a director, we had a conference one year and they provided us with this book. And as I went through, I thought, I could have written this. Another thing that I realized too, as I was going along, was the program that I worked with was a mentoring and college prep program. And as I was going through, I realized that at the end of the senior year, all of my parents kept asking the same question. What do we do next? What do I need to do? What do I need to do? And I realized that we had been talking to their students about what they needed to do all year, actually for the past 3 or 4 years. And so I went to the parents and I said, hey, ask me or give me some questions that you think you would need to know as your child prepares for college. And I got some of those questions. And I also thought about some of the ones that I had been asked previously. So I went through those questions and I tried to answer those as best as I could. And that started the help, what I tell parents about preparing their kids for college. I won't go into any details of that right now, obviously. And then during the pandemic, we also had an issue where, like most people, everything was happening virtually and our students were Zoomed out, right? And so, but we had to meet with them regularly and provide some type of resources, conversations, discussions to them that would just help them not only get through high school, but as they prepared for college. One of the things that I thought of was maybe if I create some worksheets that our students could use, it will allow the students to track their college prep work or their college prep activities. And then it also allowed us as the counselors to be able to monitor the work that they had been doing, but also for parents as well. And we didn't feel like we were nagging them all the time. And then they had some excitement in getting it done because it was easier to get it done on their own time as opposed to having us nagging them all the time. And so that entered the I Am College Bound College Prep Planner for high school students. And then some years after, I guess in 2021, I lost my husband. But over the years, a few years before, my grandson, Alex, would normally spend time with my family, my husband and I, during the Christmas season because his parents both worked during the Christmas holidays. And one of the things that we did as our tradition was to go and look at Christmas tree lights. And I was living in Tallahassee, and so it was the Dorothy B. Oven Park. They had, all of the magical lights and the animals, and I mean, it was just a lot. So we would pack hot chocolate, and we'd pack our hot chocolates, and then we walk through. And what I wanted to do at some point was to create when my husband passed, I wanted to create something that would allow my grandson to remember his pop-up. And that was why I wrote The Christmas with Alex and Pop-Up. One of the things that I liked about this is I had these pictures. I knew I had an idea of what I wanted, but I didn't know all the details. And so I had pictures. I went to an illustrator and I said, hey, I have some pictures and I want to create some wording, but you don't have to make the book or the illustrations exactly how it is in the book, but I want them to look like the characters. I want it to look like my husband, and I wanted it to look like my grandson. And this was, when he first created the book and some of the images, what I did was, well, I asked 3 illustrators, and this illustrator had created 2 illustrations for me based on my husband's face and based on my grandson's face. And I sent those pictures to our daughter. I sent it to to his parents, and I asked what they thought. And they were all in agreement that it looked so much like Byron. And so I decided to go with him. Well, as we went through, these are some of the illustrations in the book. And really, this book for me was, like I said, it was to create something that my grandson would be able to enjoy. He wasn't reading at that time, but his parents could read it to him. And now that he's able to read a lot better, he's 9 now, we are able to allow him to read the book and get the memories of his time with his pop-up. And so this book is called Christmas with Alex and Pop-Up. And it always makes me think of traditions. Like, what traditions do you remember as a child? When, all those Christmas traditions, I think of growing up in Nassau. We had a few that comes to mind, or whenever I think of Christmas, I think of those special moments. And some of those moments are, I remember my grandmother would take me and my sisters, we would meet her downtown at a small department store, and we would buy Christmas gifts for each other. Another memory would be decorating the Christmas tree. And we would always have a fresh Christmas tree. And so just the smell of the pine and all that. And so those decorating the Christmas tree was a memory for me. But then we also had a festival that's called Junkanoo. And, it was, if you think about I know Renee just talked about her kids were being in band and that she would only go for the halftime show. But let's think of the halftime show on steroids, right? So Junkanoo it starts at 2:00 in the morning, I think, and it goes on through maybe back then, maybe 9, 10 in the morning. And it's just all of these different groups, bands, they're playing music, they're dancing, and all of this, they're in competition with each other. So that was a good, those are good memories that I always have when I think of Christmas. So let's see, share in the chat, what do you remember as one of, it may be a good tradition that you've had with your family as a young child, or even some of the traditions that you are starting or having with your grandkids. One of the ones that I'm doing now with mine has been every year I've been buying a Christmas ornament that represents each one of them. And then I put that on the tree. My goal is at sometime years later when they get older, that I would be able to give each of them all of the Christmas ornaments that represented them over the years based on the things that they enjoy, things that they're interested in, each year, that they could then put those ornaments on their Christmas tree. And so I thought that was something that would really stick out. It definitely sticks out for me. And I'm sure that, as we go along every year, I'm able to either take them with me to the store so that they can pick out the ornament that represents them, or I just pick something out, and then when they come over, they can actually see, oh, I remember this. Oh, I remember that. So yeah, just think about that. If there's a tradition that that you've had over the years, put it in the chat. If there is a tradition that you're thinking about, or even if it's just a memory that brings the warm and fuzzy feeling of Christmas to you, put it in the chat. We want you to engage as much as possible. Okay, and then, so like I said, when I created the book, The Christmas with Alex and Pop-Pop, it really was a gift for Alex. One year, the first year after Pop-Pop passed away, I wanted him to have that. And as I went through the process of creating it, getting it done, and paying for it, I thought, wow, okay, well, two things. One is, this is an expensive gift. So how about I publish it so that others could benefit from it. And then I was also able to give that book as a Christmas gift to his family, with the kids in his family, his parents, so that they then can have something that cherishes, that they're able to cherish. And I got a picture one day this week from his mom, and she had the book on a table, on her Christmas table, with things that she keeps to in memory of Byron during the Christmas season. So you always get that warm and fuzzy feeling every Christmas when you see that book, or someone sends a copy of the book or a picture of the book to me, that they've bought it, that they've seen it, they've read it with their kids. And it's a legacy. I think it's one of those gifts that definitely will keep on giving. And then fast forward to this year, I was thinking, well, I have something for Alex, but I don't have anything for Abby, who is my other granddaughter. And when I think about it, she was really young, so she doesn't necessarily remember Pop-Pop per se, but we keep pictures around and we talk about him enough that she's able to at least have, even though it may not be a direct memory of it, she has an indirect memory of it through our memories and through our stories of him. But I wanted to have something that she could then go in and see her name when she starts reading, and get some feeling of what's going on. And so I thought about writing a book, and this one is called The Summer We Said Goodbye. And it essentially talks about two preteens, Alex and Abby, who they're visiting with their grandmother at the beach house that they always visited every summer, and they are they're helping their parents move their grandmother Gigi to the city that's closer to them, which is loosely based on our story, because I moved from Tallahassee to Jacksonville to be closer to them, so that we would then be able to create the memories, more memories together, without the disadvantage of a long travel or a long commute. And so when I was working through this book and trying to think of things that would be a good memory for both kids. I thought about some of the things that we've talked about over the years and how we go through that process. And then one thing I wanted to mention was when my husband first passed away, there was a question. I went to a grief group at a church, and one of the questions that they asked early on was, how did we learn to grieve as kids? How do we see other people in our family grieve when we were kids? And honestly, I couldn't think of anything. It was more of, I do remember one of my mom's best friends passing away, but I don't remember grieving her so much, not at that age. I knew it was a sad moment. You know, we went through all the motions of the funeral and all of that stuff. But to say there wasn't a real memory in my head of, oh yeah, I grieved about that, or this is how I did it. And so when I thought about that, I really started thinking about how my grandkids would answer this question later on, because you think of when you're dealing with kids, grief comes in so many different ways, right? For my kids, they lost a grandparent. For someone else, it may be that they lost a friend. Maybe they lost a pet. My brother lost his dog maybe 2 weeks ago, and I saw how the emotion that goes along with that. A year after, or 2 years after I lost my husband, we also lost our dog, and the grandkids had to work through the challenges that go along with grieving for the dog as well. And for us, not when they talk about Pop or when they talk about Scooby, who was our dog, that we're not kind of shutting it down because we don't want to feel those emotions. We want them to learn how to really feel the emotion of losing someone. But grief can come in different ways as well. It could be even moving away from your childhood friends. You think of kids in the military, they lose friends as they move from place to place, and that's still a loss, and it's still something that they have to grieve as they're going through that process. And so I think this book will definitely be a good book for them. And then also the companion journal, which is a 14-day guided grief journal for young teens. But what I want to do is read a couple snippets out of both of these books. And I may need to wear glasses, so let's do that now. Okay, chapter 7 says, The Garden Knows. Alex never used to notice the smell of the garden. It had always been there, part of the backdrop. Sweet jasmine in the breeze, the earthy smell of hibiscus, and the citrusy tang of crushed lemongrass underfoot. Pop had spent hours out here every week, pruning, planting, and humming old songs no one knew the names of. Now, standing in the middle of it, rake in hand, Alex felt like the whole yard was holding its breath, waiting to see what he would do next. The tools were still in the shed. The blue water can with a fading fish decal that Pop always used sat by the hose like he just set it down. But the weeds were creeping in, and the once perfect mulch beds were starting to fade. Alex bent down to pull a stubborn weed near the garden's edge. His hand brushed something rough. He looked closer and saw it. A flat palm-sized stone painted with a tiny red cardinal and the words, "Still with you." He froze. He remembered painting it one summer with Abby, one of those rainy afternoons when Gigi pulled out her art supplies and made them do quiet activities while Pop made popcorn. Alex hadn't even liked painting. He just copied Abby's design. Pop had placed it near the jasmine bush, but the mulch eventually covered it up. Alex sat back on his heels. The rake dropped to the ground. The garden blurred as tears created parallel lines along his cheeks. He wasn't even sure why it hit him so hard just then. Maybe it was a stone. Maybe it was the jasmine or the empty porch swing swaying behind him. Or maybe it was the fact that this was the first time he was out here alone without hearing Pop-Pop's humming from across the yard or the soft rustle of his gardening gloves. I should have told you more, Alex said quietly. I should have said thank you. His voice cracked. He sat down on the grass, elbows on his knees, head down, and let the tears come. Another part is, okay, so Abby turned another page. There was a picture of Pop-Pop in the hammock, a book resting on his chest, eyes closed. He always knew how to rest, she said, even when everything around him was busy. Alex looked out the window toward the yard, now neater since he cleared it earlier. You ever notice how he let things be the way they were, without rushing to fix everything? Yeah, Abby said. He didn't try to make us stop crying if we were sad. He just sat with us. Silence settled again. Then Alex said, I think what I miss most is not what he did, but how he made us feel. Like everything was going to be okay. Abby swallowed a lump in her throat. I miss that too. They sat for a moment, watching the golden light dance across the hardwood floor. Then Abby spoke. What should we keep? Alex looked at her. What do you mean? She closed the photo album. When we leave, when this house is sold, when Gigi moves, what do we take with us? Alex tapped the table lightly. Him. We take him. He's in everything. She nodded, and for the first time since it arrived, the ache didn't feel so heavy. So that was it. Oh, didn't realize that that was going to bring up some extra memories. But and so this is the summer we said goodbye. And then as I was going through, I thought about how could someone who then reads this book work through the big feelings. I think Renee talked about the big feelings, or someone else talked about the big feelings earlier. And it's like, okay, how do they walk through these big feelings? Now that they've read the story, how can they navigate through their own grief and get those feelings out on paper so that they could express them, or even get them on paper, or even talk to it about with someone else. And so this was something that I thought about that kind of matches some of what I just read. And in the journal, it says, this is day 9. How has grief changed you? At the beginning of the story, Alex and Abby were just trying to get through the final summer at their grandparents' house. But as they packed, remembered, and sat in silence together, their perspective of their grief shifted a bit. Abby didn't know how to talk about her loss initially, and seeing the house made it harder. But as time went on, she became more reflective. She allowed herself to feel without hiding. Alex began his grief journey by holding everything in. He thought being strong meant he couldn't cry, but grief broke through in the garden as he was raking leaves. He eventually learned that acknowledging his feelings represented his strength, and it wasn't a sign of weakness. It definitely was a sign of strength. So I would say if you have a teen, preteen, any child in your life who has lost someone, or who is navigating loss or grief in any other way, how about you just mention #strength? Because we want to find a way, we want to give the gift of strength to anyone who's grieving. I know I write grief books, journals, and different things like that for adults. And I always say that what I want people to get out of those books is comfort, it's hope, it's strength. And it's a way for them to walk through this, knowing that, one, they're not alone, and that in these moments when we're thinking about kids, it's as parents, as counselors, as loved ones, as friends, as godparents, as aunts, uncles, grandparents, whoever, we need to find ways to help them navigate, because we can't just say, oh, get over it. We can't just say, be strong. Those things, the strength and all those stuff come later on. But in the moment, we need to be able to help them walk through grief in some ways. And so this is, I think, an amazing, and I'm not saying it's because I'm biased, right? But I think this is an amazing gift to give the child in your life who is experiencing some type of loss. Either one of these works. And I will say in all of my books now, I'm trying to, in the newer books, I'm trying to make sure that I share QR codes or something that says other books by the author. And so I create QR codes that leads you to my website and those books, so you can find out more about those books, but also that you find out more about me. And as we move on to, I'll talk a little bit about the college prep book since I have a little bit more time, but I want to remind you, at the bottom of the screen, you have the website for Children's Authors Unite. We are talking about, these are all indie authors. We write books about children. We all come from all different walks of life. There's military, there's teachers, there are moms, there are grandparents, and we want to share books that allows and helps our kids to learn how to read. I come from a background, not necessarily as a teacher, but someone who has worked pretty close to middle school and high school students. And we know that a lot of our kids are not reading on grade level, especially our young boys. And so why not, instead of giving a toy this year, why not give the gift of reading? Why not give the gift of literacy? I keep thinking the gift that keeps on giving. So check us out at the bottom, the website, or you can look at our QR code that's at the top. It should be the top right, I believe, on your screen. You can click there, find out more about me, and also find out more about the other authors on our that are part of this holiday book fair. And then also, if you are a children's author, there's always a shameless plug, because we're here to promote the authors, but we're also here to promote the group as a whole. So Children's Authors Unite. Come on in, find out what we do, learn more. We learn from each other, we share with each other. And that is a way that you definitely, if this is something that you really want to do, come on in. Or if you are thinking about being a children's author, but you're not there yet, maybe you can learn something from the group. Think about it. Before I became a published author, I was in a group for, I think, 2 years before I wrote anything. So, but I learned from the other authors in the group. And when I came in, I was able to come in swinging because I had all of the tools that I needed to help me get there. And so I go back to, let's say I am college bound. And some of the things that I have written here, it's I have scholarship tracking worksheets. I have reflections. I like to talk about reflections at the end of everything that I do. And one of the things in here, as I talk about, researching researching the college, trying to figure out which college you want to attend, trying to figure out your college major, because whatever you think about being when you grow up, obviously is what you would want your college major to reflect in some way. And then I always think that the school that you plan to go to should reflect the college major. It should reflect a few things. College major, how much it's going to cost you, my family or your family. And then also, is it the right fit for you? Because, a lot of times students go to colleges because they think, oh yeah, or they choose a college because they think this is where I need to be. But it's not the right fit for them. And so I'll just quickly just give some instructions here. It's the research, my major form is a tool to help you learn about the major you are considering in college. While I understand that you may not be sure of your career at this point, you need to have some idea of what you want to do after you graduate from high school and then college. Figuring this out now will help you decide which classes you need to take in high school. It will also prepare you for the courses you will need to take in college. And then my little notes here says many students stay in college longer than the average because they switch their majors at least once. Changing your major from accounting to business management is not a big stretch. That's something that I was thinking about in college. And it will not add more than a semester to your required courses. However, changing your major from a health science degree to a communications degree will extend your graduation date by more than a year. If you are using student loans to pay for your degree, the total cost for attending college will increase significantly. The total amount of student loans you owe after graduation will therefore increase significantly. So again, these are my books. I am college bound. Help, what I tell parents about preparing their kids for college. The summer we said goodbye, and you can buy that individually or as a bundle. And then Christmas with Alex and Pop Pops. And so that is me. If you want to find me on social media, I am on Facebook. I am on Instagram. I'm also on LinkedIn. I don't post there as much as I should. Author Margot Thomas. So follow me, and I hope to see you soon. And also chime in on the chat. You know, if this is something that you are interested in, let us know where you're viewing from, and come on in, join us, watch it, the replay, share it, like it, share it, comment, whatever. We want to get as much engagement from this live as possible. Have a good one.
Thank you. Wait, Margot, before you go, I would love to just talk about Toastmasters for a few minutes.
Okay.
We are fellow Toastmasters here in Jacksonville, Florida, but Toastmasters is an international organization. Margot, can you tell everybody what Toastmasters did for you, what it could do for other people who own businesses, and specifically how Toastmasters just changes lives, please?
Well, I will tell you, I always share this story. When I was going into high school, I said I wanted to be a lawyer. And then I learned that being a lawyer required public speaking. And so I changed my major from that to bookkeeping, and eventually to accounting, because I figured I did not have to stand up in front of people and speak. In college, I was the person that would say, let me create all the PowerPoint. I'll create I'll do the project. I'll do all of that stuff. And you guys do the talking. And then I went into a class, and the professor said, you have to speak. Everyone, in order to get a grade, you needed to stand up and present at some point within this presentation. And I remember standing there reading line for line, line for line, line for line. And then I realized that I was terrible at this. At some point, I decided to join Toastmasters. And I'll be honest with you, when I first visited a Toastmasters club, I saw the people speaking up there, and I thought, oh, wow, nope, I'm not coming back. I would never be able to do that because they seemed so perfect. But then I went back, and you realize that, yeah, they seemed perfect to me at that moment because they were doing something that I was deathly afraid of doing. And then as I continued participating in Toastmasters, I didn't get perfect because, as you can see, I said some ums during my presentation. I've said some ands, I've said some so's. All of those things are, filler words that you learn about in Toastmasters that you are supposed to, pull them back as they come out of your mouth. But I will say that the biggest thing that I learned from being a part of Toastmasters, the biggest thing that I gained was confidence. Again, I said not perfection. I don't believe that practice makes perfect. I think practice makes us more confident, because the more we stand in front of a group of people, yes, we are nervous. I was nervous before I came up here. I'm always nervous when I stand in front of a mic, but I am more confident. And as I start speaking and I get more and more into it, then the nerves go away. They're still in the background, but you can plow through it. Even when I'm afraid. Like, I think the teenagers say, do it scared. And that's what we do at Toastmasters. We do it scared.
What I love about it is learned by doing, because you get to test and sample things that you normally wouldn't do. Like there was a project in our learning system for doing a podcast. Well, I am 22 episodes into my podcast now because I was introduced to podcasting in Toastmasters. I love the networking aspect of Toastmasters. I never would have met Margot or Rosemary, who it will be on next. I would never have met these beautiful women if I wasn't a Toastmaster. And in networking and Toastmasters, I realized that all these people were authors. Really? People I know are authors? Well, I could be an author too. Now, not only am I an author, but I teach writing classes and I'm helping other people become authors, all because of what I learned in Toastmasters.
Yes.
If you are watching this and you want to know more about Toastmasters, please drop a Toastmasters in the comments and we will get back to you and let you know all about it, because it's one of the best kept secrets in professional development. And I am on a personal mission to make it less of a secret.
Yes. And it's not just in Florida. It's not just in the US. It is all over the world. It's in every continent.
Yes, I mentor people in other countries. I've mentored people in France, Sweden, Bulgaria, Turkey. Where else? I've been to India. I've been to the Caribbean, Romania. So if you want an international experience, you could join a Toastmasters club in the neighborhood near you and visit clubs all over the world. It's just an amazing opportunity.
Yes.
And now it's time to bring Rosemary out. Rosemary, are you ready? I know Rosemary. There she is. I know Rosemary's not shy. She just wasn't ready, and now she is.
I am so sorry. And honestly, now I'm saying I wish I went before Margot, because I'm glad I wore waterproof makeup today, Margot. That was, my heart was just, it was beautiful.
Thank
really,
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Really beautiful. Can I say one thing about Toastmasters?
Yes, please do. Please.
And it is so true. There are a lot of clubs that are online, and I have gotten to speak, like all three of us have gotten to speak all over the world. I've gotten to speak in Australia, done a speech in London, done a speech in California. So it's all through Zoom, and it's wonderful if you can't have one in person. So that's what I wanted to put my 2 cents worth in there.
Okay, and I'm going to give one little plug. I have an online club. We meet Wednesdays at 1 p.m. Eastern called World of Difference Toastmasters. And if you are out there trying to make a difference in the world, we're the place to come and find out how to do it better. And now with that, Margot and I are going to go backstage, and the floor is yours, Rosemary.
Good luck, Rosemary. You got this.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Rosemary Mazer, and I want to start by saying that I didn't start by writing a children's book. I started by designing some journals, and most of them were for children. The first one was Sweet Little One, Let's Journal Together. And it was just about I love to journal. And I think that children should journal so that you can look back and see, what things you had thought of then, or you dreamed of then. And when you do it with a parent or a grandparent, it makes it even more special. So I did a lot of journals, and I worked at a preschool. And I was not a teacher. I worked at 4 preschools, but I was able to teach the children life skills, how to be kind to one another, how to eat properly without having your mouth open with food. So my name tag was Miss Rosemary, Fairy Godmother. And these children taught me so much that I decided to write my first children's book. And that's how Babs and Friends came to be. It's a very simple book. It's about kindness. In a way that I have in the book, one of the pages says, God made us all special and unique in how we look and how we speak. Together, we can laugh and play in kindness and friendship every day. I believe that. I believe that kindness is so important, not just to children, but to the world. I then thought, well, maybe I'll make a coloring book. So I decided to make a coloring book, and I made the coloring book. And then I thought, well, I think it needs a little more than just the little characters in my book. So I decided to rewrite it and made it into an imagination book. So it's a coloring imagination book. And it's like draw an alligator eating spaghetti and draw a jellyfish wearing pajamas. So it would give the child an imagination to draw their own, to be their own little illustrator. Well, my book, I thought, was very cute, and the coloring book and imagination book. And then I thought, well, maybe I'll do an activity book. So I did my first activity book, and it was 148 pages. And I thought, it's a nice little activity book. But someone said to me, it doesn't have all the letters of the alphabet. Well, the first person that said that to me was my husband, who doesn't notice much. And I thought, well, if he's saying that to me, maybe I need to look into this. So I showed it to a couple of teachers, and they agreed and said it really should have more educational, because it was just a companion to Babs and Friends, the children's book. So after many months of laughter, sleepless nights, and a few tears, I designed, and I'm so proud of, Babs and Friends activity book. It's 187 pages with the whole alphabet. It has the letters with tracing and circling the letters. So it's an educational book of connecting letters. It pretty much has something for every child to do. There's 187 pages of activities. And then there's some fun facts, which, you know, jellyfish don't have brains, hearts, or bones. And so there's some fun facts. I have jokes in here. I have circle the friends that live in the sky, fill in the missing letters. And in the back, I have finished the story. There are pages, 2 pages, and I start the story for the children. Like one day, Babs saw a friend who was feeling sad and wanted to do something kind to help. The children have to finish the story. And I'm hoping that it'll bring their little imagination to maybe say, I could write a book. I could write a story. I learned so much from these children at preschool of teaching them the life skills. I taught them how to pray, which was really a blessing to me to hear these little ones, pray. And at one school, the children would whisper in my ear, this little boy, he finally came up and said, Miss Rosemary, I pray my family will stop fighting. And my heart just melted. Every child in that class for the rest of the school year came up and whispered their prayer in my ear. And the prayers were beautiful. Some were funny, like, I like your lipstick. I like your hair. But it was okay, whatever they said. Now, to understand one thing is I'm a germaphobe. So when I would come home with spit all over my face, it didn't matter. It really didn't matter, because these children taught me so much that I have dedicated my next book to them, which is hopefully going to be done soon. And I have 4 books that I've been working on. So these children really inspired, they were my inspiration to write these books. And the one thing that I found with the kindness was also these children and adults too, people want to be noticed. They want to be loved, and they want kind things done and said to them. That's so important for a child to have kind words. And they really work, because I would teach them, don't say, I don't like you. I don't want to play with you. You're not my friend. Just say, I don't want to play with you today, maybe tomorrow. And these kids listened and they would do it. And so kindness is how we talk to people. If you can say the same words, but in kind voice, it's so different. People will take it differently. So in the back of my book, I have, I am kind, I am brave, I am unique. So they can also take these pages out and they can hang them in their room so they can know every day they are kind, they are brave, they are unique, because God made us all unique in how we look and how we speak. I also loved the book Babs and Friends, because on the back there's a little prayer that I wrote, and it just said, show God's love to your friends every day. Please and thank you are kind words to say. Hugs, Babs. All of my books are on Amazon. They're Babs and Friends by Rosemary Mazer. And then all of my journals are also on Amazon. And I just want to say that I feel very blessed and honored that I have been given these talents to do this. Also, I want to just say thank you to Children's Book Authors Unite. Without Francine, this would not be a group. And every Friday, I look forward to being there. We have become a family. It's a group of authors who support each other. If you have a problem or you're writing something and you need help, this group is there to support you. And I don't know if anyone said, we meet on Fridays. Eastern time is 3:30 to 4:30. And it's a great group. It really and truly is. So if you want to join us, we would love to have you. I still have some time. So I am going to talk about some of my other journals, which I did design a book for a baby journal, which goes through the first year of a baby. I did a pink one with a flamingo for little girls and a blue one for little boys. So that's also on Amazon. I wanted to also say one more thing. Someone asked me, was Babs just for a little girl because she's pink and she has these fancy little eyelashes? No, it is not just for little girls. I have things in here like Clark, the vegan shark, and Mish the fish, a professional clown. Well, I put that because I don't know if you know or not, but I am and proud to be a professional character clown. I did go to clown school. I love being a clown. I love entertaining. It's just another God-given gift. I guess I was the only one standing in that line. Well, I shouldn't say that. I have a lot of clown friends. But Clark, the vegan shark, he's pretty tough looking, but he's very sweet. And so there are Neil the eel, who Gus the octopus is having lunch with. So it's just showing kindness of, again, we all look different. We live in different places. We're all unique. We all have special gifts, but together we are family. We are friends, and it's always nice to make new friends. I was going to say another thing. You can get our books on, everyone has told you about the QR code up in the corner. And we are now live on Facebook, but you can find a lot of us on Amazon or independently through websites. And on the bottom, you can see the Children Authors Unite Holiday Book Fair. If you go on there, you will meet all the authors, see their bio, and see their books. This is a great opportunity for your Christmas shopping because all the books that you are going to hear about are wonderful books. One of the things that I am proud of and makes me feel so good is I volunteer at church. And when your pastor sends you a picture of him reading the book to his two little girls who are dressed in little princess gowns, your heart melts. Or the children that write you a thank you note and say they just love Babs. And I think that when you get those pictures, you get those letters, and you have the children come up and hug you and tell you how much they love your book and all the characters, and most of them have a favorite character, it just melts your heart. And you say, this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to write books. I'm supposed to go and read books. As Toastmasters, we're storytellers, which is absolutely wonderful. And as a clown, I'm an entertainer. So I love combining both of those things together. And again, my books are on Amazon. Babs and Friends by Rosemary Mazer. And my other books are on there too. I have a Christmas journal that's in there. And if you know someone having a baby, the baby books are great. They go from the day the baby's born all the way up to their first birthday. So it goes the first, week, and it goes into the first month, on and on. So you can keep a journal of your child for the first year. And I think, Francine, can you come back on? And
I can. Hello, how are you?
Hello. I'm good. I think I talked, maybe, being in Toastmasters, we're used to 5 to 7 minutes. So I did do a 22-minute speech one time, and it went fast. But now it's, yeah.
Well, I can show a video. So let's do that now. I will show Preeti and her son in their video.
Okay.
Let me get that all spooled up and ready to go. Here we go. Going backstage, Rosemary.
Hi, I'm Preeti Balasubramanian. I write the Mystic India for Kids series. It's based on Indian Hindu mythology, stories that I have grown up listening to from my parents and grandparents. It now has about 6 books in the series and is mostly for children between the ages of 3 to 10. And this is my son, Pranav Sandhi.
Hi, so while my mom writes traditional books about Hindu and Indian culture, I write more teenage fantasy books. So I've already published 2 books and I'm working on a 3rd one right now. So my books revolve mostly around fantasy and adventure, and often I resonate with these characters because these characters are based on my personalities, and I sort of bring that into my story when I write. So yeah. Okay, Amma, so tell me, what inspired you in particular to write this book, your series of books that you've written so far?
I think it basically started with me writing or telling these stories as bedtime stories to Sriya, my daughter. Yeah, and you. And I think with you, it was a little different because you did have your initial schooling in India. So through the school and through your grandparents, you had an opportunity to listen to some of these stories. And in your case, even in daycare, enacted some of these stories when you were there. But then for Sriya, I felt like if I don't tell her in the natural course of things, because we are now in Canada, she wouldn't get to know of these stories. So it started as me just telling her those stories. And then it became more of a PDF book initially for her because she used to get the Krishna stories and the Rama stories confused. And then she wanted to see how these characters look like. So that's kind of how the first couple of books happened. And when I kind of got some readers who liked it and some people who left reviews, and especially a friend of mine in UK then reached out because she comes from a family where a lot of people in the family go to Sabrimala every year. And she said when she wanted to tell stories to her own children, there were no books about Ayyappa which catered to that age group. So that inspired me to write my third one. And then the other ones followed basically for the same reasons that I wanted to tell stories to my children.
Oh, that's pretty inspiring. So when it comes to why I wrote these books, I think for me it's less of inspiration from other people and more of my internalizing my own feelings and my thought processes. So I'm writing this book when I'm like 11 or 12 years old. So during this time, I was undergoing quite a lot of changes. I was going to middle school. I was dealing with new problems and issues that I didn't have any experience with dealing with. And yeah, so I was pretty stressed out during this time. And so writing books became like venting out my emotions. So it became more of a coping mechanism to deal with everything in life that was stressing me out. So that's how I wrote my first two books. And in my books, I wanted people to understand like how kids my age think and what they go through. So I try to make the characters and the setting as relatable as I could while also adding fantasy elements into it. So that's what really inspired me to write my books. Yeah.
Yeah, and I also do know that your acknowledgements also thank your teachers and certain teachers and principals who helped you deal with the things that you were going through in school. So the next question or the next thing I want to discuss about is why we chose self-publishing or why we chose to publish it the way we did. And maybe I can add a little bit of my perspective first is I think for me, one was I wasn't really sure how the publishing thing worked. And if you remember, like the first book, in fact, happened also through a school initiative that you had that was helping young authors publish.
The TSP Young Voices, right?
Yes, yeah. And that was kind of where they were also trying to self-publish on Amazon. So that kind of inspired me to go check out how the self-publishing thing worked. And also, too, is when I tried to look at the traditional system, most publishers wouldn't look at your manuscript or wouldn't look at your stories if you sent it to them directly. You had to find an agent, and I wasn't sure where to look for a reliable agent, and also the cost factor of it, because for me, I initially started it as stories just for my children, not in the huge marketing sense at all. So I think that's what led me to self-publishing.
Yeah, so that's one reason. Another reason why self-publishing we felt was the route to go was because it gave us a lot more creative freedom about what we wanted to write. You see, the thing with publishers is publishers read your manuscript and they decide whether or not your book is worthy to be published. So that could potentially lead to, for example, bias towards certain types of stories. The thing I like about self-publishing is that I decide what I want to publish, when I want to publish it, and what it is. So,
yeah, and I also agree. I think like that creative freedom, because when you go to a publisher, they have their editors go through it. They would change parts of it, or in some cases, like even change the theme or the essence of the story. But then we wanted it to be the raw stories that we were saying, and we wanted that to reach our readers.
Yeah, so one other aspect of this is that on top of freedom, it was also like a way to reach out. So by self-publishing, it sort of established our status as authors. And since we weren't reliant on a publishing company, we were able to expand and continue and grow in our own way. And I think that is one thing that really helped us, because as we were progressing through different books and different stages of being an author and like selling books on Amazon, we learned a lot of helpful things, such as how to self-publish properly, what kinds of books people like to read, and how to market that to the entire world.
Yes, and I think also self-publishing got us on different platforms. So you can find both our books on Amazon globally, and in the US you can find us on Barnes and Nobles, and in Canada you can find our books on Indigo. So we were able to reach out to different partners to get it published as well.
Yeah, so the next question we have is, what's next? What's the future for us? What are our dreams for the books that we're writing? And this is something really important that I want to touch on, because this future can look different for different people. For example, for someone trying to market their services or to expand their career, they might write books relating to their career, or books that will help them stand out in what they're passionate in. For someone who's just doing this for fun, their goal might be to just publish a simple book once or twice a year at most. So it really depends on what you want. And I think this ties back to our previous question, which is previous aspect that we were discussing about, which is that freedom that we get from self-publishing. So it's not just what we do today, it's what we do tomorrow and what's coming up. Because with this, we can do pretty much anything. We can publish any type of book, and we have basically a lot more options to work with.
Yeah, and I think also I would say for me, like I would also want to write more of these kind of stories so can reach more little children and more people know about our culture. And I think like even for Pranav, I would say it is also like his way of expression, and also in a way his way of encouraging other teens and other children his age that if they have something to talk about, if they have something that they're passionate about, they can also publish a book, and that's something anybody can do. So I think it's also a way that of encouraging people to do it. And to his point, I also did write more of a career oriented book also. So in my day job, I do like operations consulting, and so from that I also did write a book which I call the Ease Equation. So I think books are can be used in different ways. It can be used as a way to express yourself, to showcase yourself as a subject matter expert in the area that you are in, or even just a fun story or a fun memoir that you want to leave back. It's more like also leaving a legacy for your own family in the future.
Yeah, so like my mom said, books are a very versatile thing. Books can come in many different types, and you can basically do whatever you want in a book. It can be a book about yourself, it can be a book about someone else, it can be a book about something you're passionate about. So this is where the future really comes in, because basically when you're writing a book, you sort of also forward think and think about what book are you going to write next. So for example, I wrote my first book, Rick Harlow Brown and the Rise of Grimspain, and I published it in May of this year. And when I was writing that book, I had an idea, what if I could turn this into a series? Because I was inspired by the series that I really like to read, like Harry Potter, Percy Jackson, and series like that, Narnia, and so on. So I was thinking, what if I could expand from just one book? What if I could turn this into a series, like maybe even a franchise when I grow up? So yeah, those are pretty interesting ideas. And I think this is where the versatility of books really comes in, because you can do a lot with books. And one other thing I've learned, especially from the COVID-19 pandemic, is that words have a lot of meaning in them. When people couldn't communicate with each other, social media use basically skyrocketed. And in social media, we saw a lot of different usages. For example, I used to watch a YouTube channel teaching me science, and I used to read a lot of books about science as well. I also read one of my mom's books about how society works and some issues that society has and how we could possibly address it. So books can really convey anything. It's a very it's a very open-ended thing that you can do.
And so, and also we would like to talk about like what our future projects are or what we are trying to do. So now that we both have like individual books of our own, we are also like now working on our next series, which will be co-authored by both of us. And it also takes an inspiration from some of those series of books that Pranav said he has read. And so it's going to be more like the Percy Jackson or the Rick Riordan kind of books, but then based more on Indian and more South Indian mythology instead of the Greek mythology that's there in those books. So that's the next series we are working on. And Pranav also is working on some individual ones which he can talk about.
Yeah, so like I mentioned previously, I'm working on a sequel for my first book, which is Rick Harlow Brown and the Rise of Grimsbane, exploring a little bit more about Rick's past and also the pasts of some other characters as well, with like Pierre and Trinity. I'm also working on a completely new book about a girl who's moving to a new country and who's trying to adjust to a new system. And I'm also, like my mom said, we are also together working on a new series. But as well as that Indian and Hindu mythology part of it, I'm also going to try and make it attractive to kids my age, teenagers, by incorporating some elements I used in my book, such as by having relatable characters and placing them in an environment that's relatable to kids my age. So yeah.
So these are my books so far. The first one, this one about Rama and Hanuman. This is a book about Ganesha. And this is the Ayyappa book I spoke about. And this one is the Shakti news. So this is like the 9 days of Shakti from Navaratri, but then each day of Shakti talks to a certain strength like kindness, courage, standing up for what's right. And this is the 6th book in the series, and this is about Diwali. Again, talks about the different stories of Diwali depending on where in India you come from, but also the main essence of Diwali being the light that's within each of us.
Okay, so here are my books. So this is my first book that I wrote, Rick Harlow Brown and the Rise of Grimsbane. And this was the book I was talking about, which I was thinking about converting into a series. So if you're interested in that, make sure you stay tuned because that's going to be coming soon. And here is my second book, Echoes Beneath the Surface. So this is the book that I published most recently. And this book explores mental disabilities, neurodivergence, and explore some other themes like grief, heartbreak, and loss. Yeah.
So please check out our books, and once you read them, like leave us genuine reviews either on Amazon or on Goodreads, and follow us on Instagram. We are at Wondering Pages, and we'd love to hear back from our readers. So please reach out to us. Thank you.
So feel free to send in your feedback. And yeah, like my mom said, make sure you leave us a review. It really helps us. And like I said before, stay tuned because more books are coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just absolutely love that Preeti is taking her son along for the ride. Do you know any young storytellers who might want to see their book in print, want to see their name on the cover of a book? Let them know. We're here to help them. I just want to let everyone know that this is my time to talk. But you've seen enough of me already. So there's going to be some work going on in the background. And because this is our first ever event streaming live on Restream here, we're not sure exactly what might happen while we're back there working, getting ready for the next speaker to show a video. So if some weird things happen, don't worry about it. Just stay tuned because more great stuff is coming. If you watch that video from Preeti and her son, then I want to make note of one thing they said. Remember, authors love reviews. If you like something you saw here, then please leave a review and let the author know that you love it so more people will be able to appreciate what the author has done. I want to talk a little bit about my books. The first book, The Magic Library. The Magic Library wasn't supposed to happen. Maybe I should go back a little bit and tell you how I got started. I was a holistic health coach after I lost 100 pounds and got healthy, got off all the, well, wait, let me just share with you something. This is the actual bag of all the medication I was taking. So I discovered how to get healthy, and I wanted to let everybody else know how to get healthy. And I coached a few people, but it was disheartening that so many people were just looking for a magic pill. And I discovered that I just couldn't do this anymore, which is one thing that parents need to know. Sometimes your children are going to start something and decide it's not for them. That's okay. That's just them testing and learning, because I am forever constantly changing. You never know what I might do next. When I decided that holistic health coaching wasn't for me, I tried a different approach. I decided that I wanted to sell more essential oils because that's what helped me. I decided to write a book about how I used essential oils to get healthy, to change my life, to change my mindset, to change how I saw the world and how I thought. Yes, essential oils can do all that. I wrote that book. It wasn't great, but it did make me an author. I got some reviews. I got some feedback. And what I heard was younger audiences needed the message of changing their mindset. And the creative person I am, I meditated on it and I thought about it. And I turned that first book about how I used essential oils and changed my life, I turned that into a fairy tale. It didn't really reach the audience I thought it would. My fans were all between the ages of 50 and 80. They were buying 2, 3, 4 books at a time to give them to their kids and grandkids. I discovered that this was a message people needed. How to change your mindset to live a happier life. But then I kept getting more messages. I went and did a keynote address, and 3 people raised their hands when I asked if there were any questions. And they said, "When are you doing this for the younger kids?" I'm not a mother. I really still don't have a lot, but I'm gaining more experience working with children. But I had this calling. I felt like I needed to act on this, I want to say, demand. People wanted to hear more about how we could help children develop good mindsets so we don't have to change them in the future. And that's where my mission came from. Let's raise strong and confident kids today so we don't have to fix broken adults later. So if you think about it, the self-help industry makes a fortune every year on fixing what's broken, on teaching people how to change their lives to overcome whatever it is, whatever traumas are holding them back in life. What if the next generation doesn't experience these traumas in the first place? That we give them the confidence and the mindset to live the life that people my age are finding with self-help. Okay, I'm a self-help author and I'm trying to put the industry out of business. But wouldn't it be better if the kids develop this from the get-go? The way I made my changes in life started with meditation. Yeah, I told you it was the essential oils, but the essential oils helped me quiet my mind so I can meditate better, so I can clear my thought process. When it came time to write these kids' books, what I really did is I took that book that I wrote for young adults and I broke it down into small little bites that a younger audience could understand and have fun reading. Okay, now back to the Magic Library. You would think it's about a library with books, but it isn't. The Magic Library is your mind. Princess Francie, at the beginning of the book, is sad because she has a scar on her lip. And she's afraid to go to school with this scar because she's afraid of being made fun of. And I'm not going to tell you this whole story because, well, I want you to buy the book. But what I will tell you is Princess Francie meets a friend who takes her to Camp Confidence, where Sparkle Feathers teaches the kids that it's what's on the inside that counts, not what you look like on the outside. Sparkle Feathers takes the group of children in Camp Confidence and he has them all lay down, close their eyes, and he takes them through a breathing exercise. As they calm their minds, they go into this magic hall of mirrors. And now this is where I need to give a shout out to Dakota Winstead, my illustrator, because he did a fantastic job portraying this hall of mirrors where Princess Francie sees herself falling off the horse where she got the scar. And then on the other side, Princess Francie sees in the 3rd grade where she sat on a tack in school. It really happened to me. These are my childhood memories. And then at the end of this hallway, the Magic Hall of Mirrors, which is really nothing more than self-reflection, Princess Francie opens the magic door to her messy bedroom. I can't even remember, can't even begin to count how many times my mom said, "Clean your room, clean that mess." Francie walks into her messy room. Well, that messy room is Francie's cluttered up brain before meditation. There's old files laying around. All the books that she had read are laying all over the floor. There's dust, there's cobwebs, and then Sparkle Feathers and the magic forest creatures come in. Lily the lemur with the magic vacuum cleaner, the squirrels with their tails dusting everything, and they clean the brain. And then after all the cleaning is done, Princess Francie sits down and miraculously the book with the knowledge that she needs just shows up because her brain is clear and she could think better. It's just a cute little story that takes kids on a journey about how to clear their minds. Book 2. Of course, you know, I could not stop with just one book because there's so many more messages that kids need about knowing that it's what's on the outside that counts, or what's on the inside that counts, not what's on the outside, about how to step into their own power and have confidence. I was having trouble coming up with the proper theme for the second book, and I was having a little bit of a writer's block. What do writers do when they have writer's block? They get feedback. They talk to other people. And that's what I did. I talked to my publisher, Ken Rashan from Perfect Publishing. And he said something that the kids his son's age go through is they hide parts of themselves. They hide the parts of them that make them sparkle. For instance, Ken's son, Kenny, is an author. He has written 14 books, but he doesn't like to tell all his friends about it because he doesn't want to stand out. Well, that's the theme of the second book. Let your sparkle shine. And while I was trying to work on this book, my friend shared the story of how she didn't like her name Eugenia. She went by Gina for a long time because she didn't want to let her sparkle shine, which was having a very unique name. And after she and I had the conversation, she went back to using the name Eugenia. And she is, let's see, can you see it? My friend Eugenia is the mermaid. Eugenia the mermaid in the book tells a story about how she learned that her name is really something special, and that's her sparkle. And now she lets her sparkle shine. Princess Francie in book 2. In book 1, Princess Francie doesn't wear glasses because just like she was afraid of that scar on her face, she didn't want to be called Four Eyes by all the other kids at school. In book 2, Princess Francie gets her glasses. How I always talk about this when I go out doing speaking events. And the first thing I ask, raise your hand if you or your child has ever lost a pair of glasses because they take them off all the time and don't like to wear them for whatever reason. Everybody raises their hands. Either they have lost it or their child has or their grandchild has. Another story from my life. 4th grade, I found out I needed to wear glasses. First day of school after getting my new glasses, I took them off on the bus on my way home from school and never saw them again. And that is why in book 2, Princess Francie learns that wearing glasses is a superpower, because with your new glasses, you could see the world more clearly. I was not doing well in school. They were about ready to put me in special education before they found out I needed glasses. So wearing glasses is my superpower, because now I could see. I'm really not dumb. So how many kids don't want to wear glasses because it's going to make them stand out? Tell them it's their superpower. In the book, there is also Dottie the dog. Dottie loves to dance, but sometimes she doesn't want to stand out. She's afraid of being made fun of because, well, she's chubby. Another story from my childhood. And Dottie learns that if you feel like you need to dance, let your sparkle shine. This is just a fun book for kids to gain confidence and learn all about why. It's what is unique about them that is their superpower, that they need to share with the world and not cover up and hide. These are the first 2 books. Well, in Camp Confidence, there are 14 days of camp. There are going to be 12 more books coming soon. Book 3 is going to be so much fun. In Camp Confidence, the kids get tails when on camp intake day. They get a tail. It makes them part of the group, makes them fit in. Not that they need to, but it's just something fun that kids get when they go to Camp Confidence. I am developing some live events where kids get their tails and get to embellish them and make them fancy and make them sparkle so they can join the Confidence Club for Kids and learn how to let their sparkle shine and have the confidence to be strong and healthy kids so they don't need that self-help later. And in these live events, the kids are going to decorate their tails. And then we're going to have a dance party, because I have a friend, 2 friends, as a matter of fact. I think there's 3 singers and musicians right now working on the original Sparkle Feathers song. I'm not a singer, but I could tell you in one part it says, jump, jump, wag your tail, jump, jump, wag your tail. That is going to be so much fun. So be looking out for these live events. The first one's going to be in Jacksonville sometime in March, where the kids can put together their tails, embellish them to make them their own. And then in book 3, all the kids get to embellish their tails after they learn how to let their sparkle shine. And they're going to have a party and jump, jump, wag your tail. I just have so much fun with this. It's funny. Somebody once said, I teach a class on the inner child for adults to reconnect with their inner child. And somebody said that my inner child is doing so. I can't remember what she said. And I stopped her right there and I said, no, Heidi, my inner child is running my business. So if you just think I'm kooky and crazy and I don't take anything seriously, well, that's right. I don't, because I have built my business around having fun, making an impact to teach other people how to have more fun, be less serious, and make their impact on the world. I just want to get up and jump and wag my tail. I can't wait till that song is finished so I could play it. So if you're not following me yet, please do, because you could get all of my information on my social medias: Facebook, Francine Juline; YouTube, Francine Juline; on Instagram, I am Princess Francie and Friends. Princess Francie is modeled after me. She's my inner child. And Princess Francie is just me having fun. Another exciting feature coming up soon. It's already live on YouTube, and I'm still creating content and uploading it. The Confidence Club for Kids has its own YouTube channel, programming just for kids. I read parts of my stories. I have videos of a children's chef who talks about healthy eating. I have science videos that I'm uploading. They are little short videos about STEM subjects. And when I get them all uploaded, I'm going to start doing science experiments for the kids. And I want to make this interactive so the kids can participate. I also have a newsletter on my website. You could visit sparklefeathers.fun and join my newsletter to find out where all these fun live events are going to be, where I'm going to be speaking for adults, and all of my upcoming podcasts. On my YouTube channel, I have a podcast called Parents Talk. I invite experts in education, in therapy, experts in healthy living, all kinds of experts to help parents give tips and tricks for raising confident kids. Check that out. And just for a short period of time, while supplies last. If you go to YouTube and purchase my books, they are $19.95 each. Not YouTube. If you go to Amazon and purchase my books, they are $19.95 each. If you go to my website, sparklefeathers.fun, I am offering a special holiday book bundle. The Sparkle Feathers Holiday Book Bundle has both of these books and a 15-page activity package for the kids for $30 while supplies last. So rush over to the website and order yours today. These activities are mind-changing, self-reflection. And there are 5 coloring pages straight from the books to help the characters come to life. The children can draw pictures of what they see in the mirror, what their special superpower is. There's discussion questions asking them what they see as their sparkle. There's discussion questions about if a friend borrowed your toy and didn't bring it back, what would you do? These are great ways for parents and children to spend some quiet time together during the holidays and get a little bit of learning while the crazy holiday stuff is going on. It's a way for families to connect, or it's a nice opportunity for kids to have some quiet time while the parents are doing other stuff. So go to sparklefeathers.fun and you could get your book bundle. You could sign up for my newsletter and you could connect with more of Princess Francie and Sparkle Feathers and the Confidence Club for kids. And it's about time for Stacy to come out. Stacy, are you ready? And if Stacy isn't ready, I will keep talking. Okay, I guess I'm going to keep talking. Stacy's not here yet. What else do you want to know? Can someone leave something in the chat and let me know what you want to talk about? Or Margot, can you come back out while we wait for Stacy? Hi, Margot. You're
Okay,
muted.
I think I got it.
Yeah,
Can you hear
you're
me?
back. I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So all of the things that you've done, you didn't tell us. You tell us a little bit about your life, but I know that you were in the military, and I think that you had a really cool, exciting job in the military. Maybe that's something that our listeners would want to hear.
Yes, I was an aircraft electrician in the military. I was in the Navy first, and then I got bored and decided to join the Army. I spent my year in Iraq. And you know what? Thank you for bringing that up, because I have a team of other authors, and we're putting together an anthology book. It's called Believe You Can. People who believed they could and did. Because trust me, it took a lot of belief to make these books happen when it was suggested to me. But I believe that I could do anything I set my mind to doing. Like when I was 18 years old and wanted to join the Navy, I had to lose 30 pounds just to be allowed to join. And then I had to make it through boot camp, and I'm not an athletic person. I am a living example of you could do anything you want to do if you believe in yourself. If you want more information about this anthology book, if you're an aspiring author, I also do classes for aspiring authors. And we could get your first story in this book. Do you know a child who wants to be an author? I would love to have a section of this book, Young Believers. Wouldn't that be cool to just have several chapters written by children?
Yes. Yes. I think an anthology is a good way to get into being an author. Like I said, that was my first one. It's just because you don't have to carry the whole book yourself. And there isn't when you working with an anthology, you have a certain minimum amount of pages. You have the theme, you have an idea of what it is that you're going to talk about. Even if you don't know completely, you at least know what the plan is. And then once it's done, I mean, even though some people may look at it as, I didn't write a book by myself. But there is, they said that there's unity in numbers. Is that what it's saying is?
Yes.
Unity in numbers. And I think there's greatness in numbers because, you're learning what needs to be done to become a published author without having to do it all yourself. So everyone's kind of putting in their feedback. They're all editing together. They're all, looking at the cover, giving feedback on all those things. And then once it's done, I mean, you are a published author. And that's a big deal. I mean, because no matter what, it's a legacy. You're leaving legacy for generations to come, because somebody's going to pick up this book years later and think, oh, that's my auntie. That's my cousin. Oh, I know her. That's my grandmother. Oh, that's my mom. And once it's done and it's in print, I mean, it's an amazing experience. And I think most people who start off with an anthology keeps going, because now you have that bug.
The Believe You Can book is going to be an international bestseller because one of our authors is in France.
Oh, wow.
But the exciting part about it is, as I work with these new authors and they're developing a feeling for what it's like to write a book, they're saying, oh, this is fun. When this is done, I want to write my own book, my solo book. Yes. And I can't wait to help them do that. A fellow Toastmaster is going to be editing the book, Terry Wells.
Okay.
If anybody wants to see my chapter edited live right here on Facebook, come back Tuesday at 4:30 p.m. and Terry is going to be editing my chapter right here live.
Oh, that should be fun.
I am looking forward to that. And I just got a comment. I'm wondering if it's somebody. Oh, Jody Martin, who will be on tomorrow, just said she's liking our stories.
Awesome. Thanks, Jody. Look, I will be on tomorrow listening to you give your spiel about your book and all the exciting things that you have going on as well. So this is exciting. 2 days of, learning about authors, learning about people who have written books that children can benefit from, learning about literacy. And it's been amazing to see or to hear all of our journeys weaved together. So that's pretty cool.
The thing is, we're all so different, but we're united by this common goal of making a difference in the world, of helping kids gain confidence, helping parents with some of the more difficult times in their kids' lives, like you and the grief, or Renee and the I don't want to do that book series, right? So it's more than just playtime for kids. It's real learning. It is real growth and empowerment.
Yes. And real life.
Real life.
Real life.
Speaking of empowerment, as long as I'm here with a fellow Toastmaster, Toastmasters also offers a youth leadership program.
Yes.
And it is modeled like a Toastmasters club. We'll be in the youth leadership. We vote on the children, or the children vote on who they want their club officers to be.
Right.
They learn speaking. They learn how to evaluate each other. They learn parliamentary rule. If you want to do a program like this, either in person or we could do it online, if you want to include children from different locations, let us know, because we have thousands of Toastmasters right here in Florida alone,
right,
who would love to have the opportunity to share this empowerment with kids.
Yes. Yes. It's good. I mean, the thing is, as kids learn how to speak or communicate effectively, you can't even imagine how it helps them as they go through just school in general, right? So you go through school, you're not afraid to step up and answer questions. You're not afraid to step up and ask questions. You're not always hiding in the back. I always think about like the Gavel Club, right? So I used to help out with the Gavel Club, which is and most of the time it's a club inside of a prison. And you don't realize what effect learning how to communicate helps even the prisoners that are there, because now they know how to communicate with each other, but they also know how to communicate with the guards better. And when there are the times that they have to go in front of maybe a judge, they are able to, articulate themselves a whole lot better. So it's just, Toastmasters is just so great on so many different levels. You're learning how to speak. They're even learning to be good leaders, because as you do, think about it, the evaluations that we get in Toastmasters. As a youth, getting those evaluations and understanding how feedback a lot of times is beneficial, and not looking at it so much as criticism, but looking at it as feedback that's going to help them be a whole lot better. Whether it's in school and the teacher tells them something's not right, or they get into their jobs later on and they have to get those annual or semi-annual evaluations. So it's great all around.
I can't say enough about Toastmasters. Well, Stacy just popped in. Stacy, are you ready to come out? Yeah, Stacy, you ready to come out? Turn your camera on if you are. Okay, we don't like dead air time, so we're just going to keep chatting then. Okay, there's technical difficulties, so Stacy is not. Stacy, can you come out and just talk to us for a while, and we'll tell everybody what we'll be doing tomorrow after we fix the technical problems. Okay, let's keep talking until I see Stacy's camera come on.
Okay.
I can't wait to see what Stacy has, because Stacy talks about curly and frizzy hair, and everybody can see I am not having a good curly hair day today. Okay, Stacy, are you ready to come out? No? Okay, Stacy is not coming out today. We will have Stacy on tomorrow. Stacy is trying to communicate with me.
Stacey, as I guess Stacy is the last one for the day, so we'll I guess I'll start talking about what's happening tomorrow while you're
there. You go. Why don't you? Okay. I'm going backstage.
Okay.
Start talking about tomorrow.
Okay. So tomorrow, as we did today, we start at 11 o'clock Eastern time. We have a round of other authors, and let me see who we have tomorrow. We have Jody Martin is coming on at 11. Michelle Walters at 11:30, Mark and Justine Perlow at 12, Kenya Harper at 12:30, Mark McCraw at 1, Natalie McManus at 1:30, and then Brenda Cummings is going to close us out. So tomorrow from 11 to 3 Eastern Standard Time, come on out and check us. And don't be afraid to leave some comments, likes. Let's have some engagements in the comments, because obviously, our algorithm likes all of that stuff. But so join us if you obviously may not have gotten the whole of us speaking today live from 11 to 3 o'clock this afternoon, but replay it, share it, click it, whatever you can do to get it out there. Definitely remember our website is at the bottom, Children's Authors Unite. That will introduce you to all of the authors who are participating today and tomorrow. And then also there's a QR code at the top. So to give you some information, it has each of our landing pages that tells a little bit about us as our individual authors. It also sends you to our websites where you can purchase copies of our books. Some of us have our books on our own personal website. Some of us only has them on Amazon. Some of us have them on both. Some of us just have them on our websites and not on Amazon, but you won't know that if you don't go and check. Definitely come on in. This is a labor of love for each of us. We wanted to do this. Obviously, we wanted to introduce the world to our books, but we also wanted to find a way to share our stories as well, because the reality is most people don't just buy your book if you come on social media and say, hey, buy my book. That's really not the best way of promoting your book, but telling a story. Why did you write what you wrote? What do you want to happen with the stories that you wrote? Is it legacy? Is it something to help someone? How do you want to share? Sometimes you have to tell your family and friends how to help you, and part of that is to like, comment, share, do all the things that we do. And as Francine said, if you are a wannabe author, and whether it's a children's author or not, get connected with groups, get connected with others who are doing what it is that you want to do, because it benefits you a whole lot. If you are a children's author, we meet on Fridays at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We typically last an hour, unless the meeting gets really, really good, and we may go, hour and 15, but you can jump in and jump on when you can. We share information with each other. We learn from each other. And that's who we are, community. Children's Authors Unite. Let's do this.
Let's do this. And we have worked out part of the problem. So I am going to play Stacy's video part 1. And hopefully when part 1's over, hopefully we get part 2.
Okay. All righty.
Go in here and play this video. And we're still having technical difficulties. Okay, Margot, can you talk a little bit longer while I go talk to Stacy again?
Okay. All right. So authors, let's see, I'll tell you a little bit more about me. I'm also an editor. So I've been editing. I do more nonfiction books than fiction books for editing, just because it makes, my brain doesn't work that well. Although I'm an avid reader, my brain doesn't always work that well with figuring out all of the scenes and all of that that's related to fiction books. But nonfiction, if you need help with getting those books edited, that sounds like you, that's in your voice, let's do this. What else is there? Toastmasters. I'm a part of a club called North Jacks Toastmasters. So if you are in Jacksonville, North Side, or anywhere in the area, come out and join us. We are at North Jacks Baptist Church off of Kenya, I think Kenya Street, Kenya Road, Kenya Avenue, I can't remember. But if you go on toastmasters.org, click on find a club, put in your zip code, and find a club that's near you. Toastmasters, like we said, is all over. It is, you can find clubs in person. You can find clubs that meet just virtually. You can find clubs that are hybrid, that does both. Personally, I prefer face-to-face just because that's how my mind works. But whatever club you decide to go, visit more than one. And I think Rosemary, as well as Francine mentioned before, that you can visit clubs all over the country, all over the US. Some of us are members of clubs where we live. We're members of clubs throughout the US. We are also members of clubs throughout internationally throughout the world. Find somewhere that fits for you. Visit a few clubs. And one of the beauties of Toastmasters is we encourage you to visit more than one club, because each club has its own flavor, right? You may have, like for me, I like structure, but I also am a little so I don't want to be, to the book all the time. That becomes a little scary, especially if you're speaking. I prefer a club that we laugh at each other, we laugh with each other. It is fun, it is vibrant, and Toastmasters always says that it's a learning laboratory where we are learning to speak publicly. We're learning public speaking, or we're learning to communicate more effectively, but we're also learning how to listen. And so as Francine pops back up, hopefully we're good.
Stacy will be coming on at 2:30 tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
This is one thing you learn in Toastmasters. If things don't work out, just regroup and make it happen later. When you're dealing with technology for the first time, these kind of things happen.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, and that's fine because I mean, we've done a great job all day. I mean, you've been able to throw in the videos where they were needed and all that. So, I mean, hey, what one one snafu at the end is
that's
fine.
right.
Yeah.
One snafu, we tried. Somebody's typing. Oh, that's Rosemary. Would you like to come out and finish this up with us?
She said yes.
She said yes? Okay.
Yeah.
Bringing Rosemary out. There we go. I guess the three of us will just finish it up. Rosemary, do you have any thoughts on what Margot was saying while I was talking to Stacy?
I just think what Margot said was great, and as much we all just have the same thing in common, loving Toastmasters. And I joined because I have no problem talking, which obviously in front of people or to anyone. My husband says I could talk to the chair, and have a conversation. But mine was self-confidence. And I have never competed in anything in my life. And my first competition in Toastmasters, I joined in 2017. My first competition I was in was 2017, and have been in competition since then. And it's just been in contests. I shouldn't say competition, in contests. And I just go because it gives me that self-confidence. Of course, we all want to win, but I don't go in to win now. I just go in to say, you can do this. And that's the self-confidence Toastmasters has given me. And I'm in a club in Jacksonville on Zoom. Find Your Funny. We're a humor club. We're an advanced club. And we just really have a good time. I mean, we do a lot of laughing. We do improv. So come and visit us too, along with Margot's wonderful club and Francine's other wonderful club.
Margot, talk about North Jacks.
Oh, I did already.
Oh, you did already.
That's why I was doing Find Your Funny.
That must be when I was on the phone.
Yeah, while you were working with Stacy, I talked about North Jack.
And I'm
Global Leaders.
Global Leaders. I'm in that advanced club. One of our members went to the international speech contest, and he was one of the top 8 in the world. That was exciting. That was exciting. Awesome. Coming right out of Florida.
Yes. And the conferences and the conventions. What did I go to, Francine? Is it a conference?
Conference. The District 84 conference.
The conference I went for the first time this year and met the people in person that I've known for a few years. And it was wonderful. And that's another thing with Toastmasters. That was the most amazing experience for me. I had a wonderful, wonderful time.
Yes.
Okay, I have a question for both of you to wrap up the last 9 minutes.
Okay.
How has Toastmasters helped you as an author?
I'll say for me, organization, because I try to use the same skills that I use in writing my books, the way I prepare a speech. I'm usually one of those people who, I'm driving by, I see something and I think, oh, that could be a speech. Like one time I was driving by and someone was doing bow and arrow. And I said, oh, that could be a speech. Get to the point or something like that. And I gave a speech about that. But it also works with me with writing as well, because then I come up with these ideas and I have them there. I sit in there. I kind of like, okay, I need to flesh this out. I need to flesh this out. And the organization and thinking about your audience, all of those things play in. How do you want to speak? My speaking, all of my speeches for the most part in Toastmasters have been conversational, because that's how I write. That's how I speak. And that's definitely most of all of my books for the most part it seems like I am having a conversation with the person that I'm writing to. And I mean, I think that's the way it is with all of my books. So I think that plays and transfers over in my books.
Well, you're
Yeah,
mute.
I had some noise in the kitchen. Rosemary, you're a children's author, but I could see that when you talk about Babs, you have that polished speaker vibe. So how does Toastmasters help you with being an author?
I think it helped with my self-confidence in writing the book. A lot of people in Toastmasters encouraged me with writing the book. And again, it's like a family. Toastmasters to me is like a family. It's not just friends that you make, it's you become family. But it gave me that confidence because I really don't have a whole lot of that confidence of saying I can do this. And Toastmasters has helped me in a lot of ways to not be afraid to do things, to take that step. And I'm so appreciative for that because I probably, if it wasn't for Toastmasters, I wouldn't have taken the steps that I did to write the books and to be in contests. And most of my speeches are humorous. I like humorous. Like I have one speech that I did about the kids and I called it the 3 S's, snot, sweat, and spit. You know, it was quite interesting. It should be, you know, subtitled The Story of a Germaphobe, you know, I mean, but so I think that's what it is. It's just given me true self-confidence to write these books and just in my general life.
If it wasn't for Toastmasters, I would still be sitting at an awful desk job I hated. After the arthritis set in and I couldn't use hand tools anymore, they gave me a job in security. I was very thankful that I was still allowed to work and finish out my retirement, but I hated sitting behind a desk. My whole job was making ID cards and doing fingerprints. And it was not the exciting adventure that I signed up for. But I was a Toastmaster for several years before all of this happened. And I learned to think outside the box. I learned to step outside my comfort zone. And I would still be sitting behind that desk hating life if it wasn't for Toastmasters, if it wasn't for my mentors in Toastmasters, if it wasn't for the leadership I found in Toastmasters that taught me how to be a better leader. Because, you know, it's funny, I learned more about leadership in Toastmasters than I did in the military in 22 years.
Wow.
Wow.
So it's not just all about public speaking. It's about finding your confidence. It's about learning how to get outside of your comfort zone, which is basically what all my books are about for kids, so they can learn how to do it as children and not have to be stuck in that box when they're adults hating their life. Somebody said, or many people have told me, you do so much. You're in 5 clubs and you have this children's authors group and you're in the Chamber of Commerce. And now I'm joining the Kiwanis. When do you have time for your personal life? Well, guess what? When you build your personal life around having fun, then all of this work isn't work.
Right.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's the attitude I want to instill into the next generation.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. We have 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes.
Holiday Book Fair QR code at the top right-hand corner. Click on there.
It's been a great day, and tomorrow's another great day. Get your Christmas shopping done or your holiday shopping right here.
Yes.
I'm excited for tomorrow. Jody Soldier Mom is coming on, my fellow veteran. We had a great time on Veterans Day together.
Mm.
And then we have Michelle, Mark, and Justine. I'll be interviewing Kenya at 12:30 tomorrow. Then I'll be showing a video. We have Natalie coming on, Brenda coming on, and my dog is over here licking, sneezing, and scratching.
Thank you for your service, Francine.
Oh, it was my pleasure most of the time. Well, I have had a great day, and I just want to thank you ladies so much for helping out. So much.
We're so thankful for
Thank
all
you.
you do. Yeah.
Yeah, this was great.
Well, I think we could end this live stream now and say we did a great job. Come back tomorrow. If you're watching the replay, oh, there's Tater. If you're watching the replay, please hit a hashtag replay. Let us know where you zoomed in from, or we're not on Zoom, where you're tuning in from and what time you tuned in, so we could figure out when people are watching us, where people are watching us from, and how we could serve the community better. Until tomorrow.
Bye. Thank you, Francine. Bye, Margot.
Thank you. You guys have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.